Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to the Friday stream. That's right. The ultimate stream of the week. It's very important because here we are on the eve of the weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all know what that means. It is a special time in the working calendar, a time where capital is not supposed to touch us. And so if you're listening to this right now, I do hope that you, on the eve of the weekend, do enjoy the luxury of those 2 days of freedom that we get out of the clutches of capital. And if you do have to sell your labor power on the market, or indeed just use your labor power, maybe you're producing value for your own sake. It doesn't really matter. If you are engaging in the capitalist system over the weekend, I hope you do get compensated for that. Or you get some type of penalty rates or something. And so I'd like to take this time right now. While listening, you've probably noticed there's some Mao Zedong propaganda music in the background as requested by I'm Just Here to Watch a Trash Fire. So I hope you do appreciate it. You can hear it. It's Red Sun in the Sky. It's playing lightly in the background, but I would like to pay my respects to workers, past, present, and emerging. It is on your shoulders, working people of the world. It is on your shoulders that everything that you see around you, everything right in front of you now, unless you're, I don't know, living in the bush or something like that, unless you're Desi Freeman right now, everything around you was created by somebody's labor power, somehow, directly or indirectly. And so it is on every worker's shoulders that the present environment is built and the future world will be constructed also. So here's to workers everywhere on this Friday, the eve of the weekend. Lab Jeff in the house. Brother, how are you? Cheese Swiss, dropping some lovely, peaceful looking, hopefully it looks like peaceful stuff going on there in terms of the emojis. Jerriga's in the house. How are you? Welcome to a Friday stream. Dilemmas. I do 12-hour shifts, long week and every week. Okay, fair enough. Well, it's on your shoulders that capital, this world has been built. So never forget that. And we're just going to turn over now to listen to some more of this propaganda, like I said, as requested, quite tastefully as well, by I'm Just Here to Watch a Trash Fire. I'm pretty sure it was as well. So it was a good suggestion. Getting some Friday music in there, I'm not going to lie. So enjoy your Maoist propaganda music, because our theme today is related. Such a good song. There was actually a remix of this song that was hitting the charts, I think, a couple years ago, a few years ago. It was going off, like a house remix of it. So good. This part. It's so good. It rocks, this one. It really does. Got a good beat. My jam. Yeah, we actually wrote a song to this original as well, or to the remix anyway. But we put like lyrics over the top of the remix to the bit. Where we never released that song, though. Me, 4AS and Nyquist. That's a good song. It's funny. So good. That hook is awesome. I look for Mao Zedong and all I find is Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping, Xi Jinping, your CCP is not my thing. I look for Mao Zedong and all I find is Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping, Xi Jinping, your CCP is not my. So good. Goes off. It is a good jam. Stephen Zed, welcome to the Friday stream. Welcome. All right, so yes, it is related because we are going to be going over what happened a couple of days ago when we covered the Victory Day parade in Beijing. So if you weren't across what was happening, a couple of days ago, and you missed out, we actually watched live the entire parade, and it went off. It went off. There were a lot of support and a lot of love coming in from the Twitch world, which was really nice. Can we get a mystery singing section? Maybe not the singing section as such. Avalava, yo, give up. That musically inclined revolutionary rock fam release the mystery song files. There it is. Ninja Nurse in the house. How are you? So good. Just needs a breakdown and a really dirty blare. If you weren't across it, we watched the Victory Day parade. It was an incredible show of force, I guess you could say, which really amounts to nothing more than a massive global stage dick measuring contest. It really was, because as you were aware, we watched recently or earlier in the year. Well, it was in July, wasn't it? Is that right? Yeah, I think it was. It was in July. June. I think it was June, actually. The 250th anniversary of the US military, which was also dubbed as Trump's birthday parade. And like the US one was, surrounded by all of this advertising and shrouded in all of this controversy because, they were tearing up Washington and destroying the roads and, general liberal whinging, if you ask me, about the event. But the Chinese one, everyone fell in line. And, oh, man, tell me you just watched. You were there for the music. I'm just here to watch a trash fire. I hope so, because I'm pretty sure that was your request. And we just came off the Mao Zedong propaganda music, the red sun in the sky. So that's related to Dan Andrews' controversy recently. Anyway, we watched the American one. It was, it came to you, the American military parade by a bunch of American corporations that were sponsoring the event. But the Chinese one, very, what's the word? Official. Very, very official. And what you would expect from an Asian power, I guess, that has a big military to show off. And it was short, though. It was rather short. Like, it was over in... Nice. Yeah, that was me. Well, a good suggestion. We like to have Friday revolutionary music from time to time. But anyway, it was, very official and rather short. It was only 2 hours, but they got in, all the dignitaries were there. So they had some big world leaders in there, notably Putin and Kim Jong-un. It was a real display to the West that China is forming its own new world order, and the new world order is one that is anti-liberal, i.e. anti-Western democratic society. And you had to kind of reinforce the optics on that one. You had Putin, who is flagrantly the thorn in the side of the Western powers. And like he was there, walking side by side with Xi, while he, commits what the West have described as war crimes in the Ukraine. And on his other side, he had Kim Jong-un, who has always been a problem, again, for the West in terms of their nuclear capabilities. And they've been sending North Korean soldiers to the fronts of the Ukraine war. And, he had both of those people who are openly challenging Western authority, while she kind of sits there as the master puppeteer, if you will, orchestrating things, funding people in the background, engaging in proxy warfare. Let's be honest. This really does show, I think, overtly now. It's really hard to argue against this, that China doesn't have some form of capitalistic, imperialist intentions. So they have, if they're fighting proxy wars almost, or, funding people that are belligerent, and they're assisting them without getting directly involved so they can save face in the UN Security Council. I think you can easily make the argument, if you can make the argument for the US fighting proxy wars all over the place, you can make the argument that's definitely going on here. And Mao Zedong, oh my God, I can't believe I was about to say that. And Xi was there at the head of that and making, it was a bold statement to the West. It was, come and get me, bro. Come and get me. This is it. Look at my shiny toys. Look at my weapons. Here we are. And as a result of this, let's, not mince words here. As a result of this display and statement to the West, it was surprising what Western figures were there. So Dan Andrews was invited to this shindig, and so were two former NZ prime ministers, which is rather surprising, actually, because I saw this come up, and maybe we can have a look at that too, but I saw this come up on New Zealand media that two former New Zealand prime ministers were actually at the affair, chilling out on top of the archway over Tiananmen Square and, shaking hands with Xi Jinping. But so is, yes, Dan Andrews, which is obviously way more controversial from an Australian perspective, and not only because, Australians going along to what can be described as, yes, such a flagrant show of anti-Western celebration. But this person is a Labor politician, or a former Labor politician, a premier, and was accused of, joined Squeeb in the house. Yo, 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 yo. Welcome to the Friday stream. And he's been accused of being a dictator himself because of all the stuff over COVID. And more than that, he did have open relations with the CCP as part of his time as a politician. He was open to doing deals, which, in a country like Australia, people are very, very suspicious of foreign involvement, especially Chinese involvement, in the political affairs or political decision-making of any level of government. And, this obviously made people very uncomfortable what he was doing, what he was up to. So this just kind of adds insult to that injury for some who really despise Dan Andrews. And this has given them all the ammunition they've needed to kind of justify their fears and their conspiracies that he was a CCP shill. So let's just have a look at it. Let's get some facts before we kind of, dissect this one any further. Let's have a look at the original thing that I saw coming up about this. Here it is. So Dan Andrews, so this is ABC. We're going to go straight to the Australian broadcaster here for absolutely impartial coverage of this hot issue, as you are probably aware already. 4IS in the house. Yo, 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 yo. Oh, what's up? Give up the rock. Yeah, so Dan Andrews' red carpet walk in Beijing put Albanese on the spot. Okay, so where we going? Yeah, it's all just crap about other political things. Okay, so perhaps the prime ministerial mood was darkened this week by the prime ministerial mood was darkened this week by his good political friend, former Victorian Premier Dan Andrews, being caught up in a firestorm of criticism for attending China's enormous military parade. So it was enormous. How big was your military parade, bro? Hey, Trump, was yours this big? Look at Xi Jinping. He's whipping it out, ladies and gentlemen, and they're all measuring it. So here we go. China's enormous military parade in Beijing, and on Wednesday, Andrews is a private citizen now, but his presence in the family photo with the who's who of the world's dictators dismayed many people in Labor. All right, there you go. Can you see him? Maybe I can zoom in on that a bit. There's your boy. There's your boy. Hey, hey, what's he doing? What you doing? Look, he's just a couple of rows away, eh? From Kim Jong Un. Like some of these people look AI generated, don't they? And like, you know, stone's throw away from the man himself, threat number one to the West, Putin. And yeah, he's up there. He's up there with the boys and the girls. Don't get me wrong. So the parade highlighted the delicate diplomatic dance the Albanese government finds itself in with China. The show of strength sent unmistakable messages to the world. The Australian government kept its distance from the spectacle. Embassy officials attended, but Australia's ambassador was in another part of China. Albanese knew that the presence of Andrews was unfortunate. Now, you guys have got to be telling me this. What is the real controversy here? Like, honestly, what's the problem? Why are people upset about this one? I would like to know more. What did you get done for? You got done for your usual introduction. Yo, what's up? Give up your dictator, Dan. Hey, you can't say dictator on the YouTube chat. There you go, 4AS. Yeah, it kind of makes me think, wouldn't you ask a friend before doing this? Kind of like a pub test. Yeah, like obviously he would know the optics of it for sure. Like 100% would know the optics of it. And he was like, fuck it. I'm going along. This is one of the biggest celebrations of the war on fascism that came to a dramatic end. And like he wants to be there to celebrate it. And he chose to do it anyway. There's no problem. It's just cause Dan infamy. It's just cause Dictator Dan is infamous. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I get the pub test kind of thing and I get the optics, but he's obviously chosen to do it anyway. And he's just like, fucking who cares? It's COVID trauma. Thinking Dan was working for the CCP when he locked down Victoria. Yeah, well, you know, there were lots of places in Australia that got locked down. And I didn't see all the premiers lining up to shake Xi's hand. But like, honestly though, apart from the spin that you get from, I guess, Sky News types, like he's going along, he was invited to a celebration, and unless he's making some big statements, which we will check, then we will know if there's some real element to the controversy or not. Albanese knew the presence of Andrews was unfortunate, although he held back from robust criticism. On Thursday, he told Parliament, "I'm not responsible for what every Australian citizen does." Andrews said in a Thursday statement that the occasion had been a chance to engage with regional leaders. Interesting. And it's what a chance, eh? Hey, look at all these people. He could have rubbed shoulders with, set up some business relationships. He's doing diplomacy work for Australia, really. Like, come on. Also, maybe we should examine exactly who is upset. Sky News are loving this, calling in journalists on their day off. Yeah. But like, look, the words are unfortunate. Like, this is coming from the Australian broadcaster, right? It's unfortunate. Like, and you specifically tell me why. Why is it so unfortunate? And why does, Albanese really need to take some type of responsibility here for the entirety of anyone who's been associated with the Labor Party? I'm just here to watch a trash fire. Sloan Zone had a poll. Most people voted something about optics. I said, he's a private industry, and I don't care. Well, yeah, he's a private industry. Oh my God. He's a private individual. He's a private industry. Fuck. I worked through COVID. Worst it got was it was hard to find toilet paper for a week or so. Yeah, I'll never forget that affair. That was a traumatic experience, eh? Not being able to find toilet paper. people hoarding toilet paper. It really makes you think when the market system goes down, how feeble we all are. When like people are willing to literally fight in Woolworths and punch each other over rolls of toilet paper. It just shows you how low we go when the market system fails. All right, so let's actually have a look at what Dan Andrews has said. I'm pretty sure he's given a statement somewhere. Yeah, Daniel Andrews released a statement after attending China military parade. It's called Victory Day Parade. Say it right, you fucking... y'all had a toilet paper crisis? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And it was hardcore, man. People were desperate. People were desperate for ye old toilet paper. And yeah, there was lots of tricks of the trade, like people meeting up at the edge of isolation zones to hand each other toilet paper over the borders of your little area that you're restricted to. Being chased by cops, helicopters out. I remember the area that I was living in at the time. There were choppers overhead, like with megaphones, telling people to disperse and go home if they were outside, congregating. So much for those liberal values and the right to assembly, right? Reminds me of Seinfeld when Elaine just needed one square. I'm not sure. I don't know the reference, but I'm sure, knowing their formula, that they would have built that up nicely. Just breaking into our coverage of afternoon briefing to bring you the latest statement from Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews. He's facing criticism from the federal opposition for attending. Okay, so it's the opposition that is sparking this up. They've got literally no policy. They've got literally no political apparatus left that can challenge on any substantive issue. And so here it is. Look who was pictured at the Victory Day parade in China. Explain that one. Got you. How do you like that one, Albanese? All right. Andrews appeared in an official photo from the event alongside leaders. He was standing right next to Vladimir Putin and North Korean Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un. Andrews said, I was invited to Beijing for the 80th anniversary of China's victory over Japan in World War II. I've said for years that a constructive relationship with China, our largest trading partner, is in Australia's national interest, and hundreds of thousands of Australian jobs depend on it. That hasn't changed. It was a chance to meet and engage with regional leaders like former New Zealand. Yeah, he threw it in there. I told you, the New Zealand Prime Ministers were in there. John Key and Helen Clark. I wish Voltaire was here. I wonder if he had Dictator Dan Shitstain Ken Oath in the house. There we go. Look, I'd like to know your opinions on this one. I really would. Lap Jeff, please finish the working week with some of my favorite Sky News. Hey, we will get there. Don't worry, Lap Jeff. We are going to get there, brother. We're going to get there. Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim and of course, Chinese presidency, we also shared an official photograph. And just so there's no confusion, I have condemned Putin and his illegal war in Ukraine from day one. That's why he banned me from Russia last year. Further, my support for Israel and Australia's Jewish community has been outspoken and unwavering, and I unequivocally condemn Iran for its attacks on Australia, Israel, and elsewhere around the world. It's so good. Like, he has to, like, all right, here's the line. Okay, I don't like what Putin's doing. I support Israel. I don't like Iran. Is there anything else you want me to do? A list on the checklist of what is acceptable, is what is politically correct, right? Politically correct. That's like the actual objective meaning of what is politically correct for a politician. Actually, he's not a politician anymore. He's a private citizen. So there you go. He's defended himself. He's come out swinging. Those be fighting words. Can you see the aggressive tone in that language? He's fucking pissed off. And so let's actually... Where was the footage of it? I had it already. Oh, here we go. Let's actually see the fucking monumental occasion where Dan Andrews himself does something outrageous. This is the controversy. Are you ready? You guys watching this? This is going to knock you off your seat. So I hope you are sitting down because you'll hurt yourself if you're standing up. Watch this. There he is.
Welcome to China.
Welcome to China. Did you hear that? Let's just replay that. That's fucking controversial as you can get it. Watch this. Watch this. Ooh.
Welcome to China.
Welcome to China. Fuck. Outrageous. Fucking outrageous. Can't believe it. He said welcome to China. That was mental. Jail the hunchback. Yeah, he doesn't have great posture, does he? He's really slouched over there. Hey? The 2 times flashcard of allowable opinion. 2 times 4, sorry, flashcard. 2x4 flashcard of public opinion. Okay, so that's it. And like, this is what, so the opposition is obviously stirring up this controversy here, apart from Sky News, obviously. So let's have a listen to what the opposition has to say.
This month, the Prime Minister...
No, don't do that, you dog. Go back.
What message does it...
Think of the children. You can hear it in her voice already.
This month, the Prime Minister expelled the Iranian ambassador, an action the coalition has strongly supported. But what message does it send when the Prime Minister of this country doesn't have the spine to condemn his former flatmate, Daniel Andrews, for posing in family photos with the Iranian president, a leader whose regime has actively orchestrated attacks on Australian soil?
The member for Gellibrand is warned. The Prime Minister has a call.
Ooh, fuck. How's he gonna recover from that? She fucking owned him. He's got nothing now. Do you reckon people get upset when their politicians visit Australia? Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, how could you go there? Those people are so awkward and backwards. Squeeb News was reporting that the conversation was overheard to be a discussion in immorality and estimating 150 years for the leaders. I'm not sure what you mean. Can you please divulge, Squeeb? See the hot mic of Putin and Xi talking about... Oh, wait, you're talking about this, about immortality and organ transplants? No, I haven't. That's crazy. Susan Ley is making a big deal of it because she's got no policy. Yeah, pretty much, right? And people don't see her as a proper opposition leader. I hear Dan and Xi were discussing Hegelian dialectic or something, LOL. Could you imagine? I'd love to hear Xi talk about the dialectic. Because like he does come up with policy decisions, or like strategic decisions. They're not policy decisions for him. Let's be honest. And he does talk about things from a dialectical like struggle. Like what's the struggle for China at the moment? Internally, on the world stage, what should we be looking at? Like economically, what they should be focusing on. So yeah, he'd have some great thoughts about the Hegelian dialectic, that's for sure. Oh, he's sizing up, boys. He's sizing up.
They are delulu, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, he loves that line, bro.
Going to come here over an issue in which there was bipartisan support for the expulsion of the Iranian ambassador.
Why did it do that? I hate when it does that. I'd be a dog. Oh, fine, whatever. You'll fix that. Sorry, give me a second. Technical issues. Fuck it. Just gonna do it minimal then.
Ambassador, that they are delulu, Mr. Speaker.
He loves that line.
If they are going to come here over an issue in which there was bipartisan
Look at her
support
face.
for the expulsion of the Iranian ambassador for at least 12 hours. For at least 12 hours before there was criticism of the government's action. My government have taken decisive action. I am not responsible for what every Australian citizen does. What I'm responsible for, is what our
members on my left
is what our government does, and the former government was responsible for sending Minister Ronaldson
and the Leader of the Nationals.
Minister Ronaldson to the previous event. Mr. Speaker, we stand.
That's a pretty funny,
unequivocally.
Funny call, isn't it? So, like, I think it was 10 years ago that they did the same thing, China. Yeah, in 2015. Let's double check that. Let's double check that outrageous claim by the Prime Minister there that the opposition, that Susie over there, would have double fucking standards. What an outrageous claim that is. We're just listening to Albanese speak in Parliament, and he's made the outrageous allegation that the coalition sent a dignitary to the 70th anniversary of Victory Day celebrated in China in 2015. Can you confirm if that is true or not? Here we go. You're right. Here's what we know. China held a military parade 3rd of September 2015. Among the foreign dignitaries present was Michael Ronaldson, who was the Australian Minister for Veterans Affairs, sent by the coalition government. So yes, Michael Ronaldson did attend the parade in an official capacity as the coalition's representative. That's fucking hilarious, isn't it? That's actually fucking funny. They're like, it would appear that the current government didn't actually send anyone along. I don't even know if they sent the actual embassy members along. But Daniel Andrews, in his capacity as a private person, went along, and they're grilling the government over it. That's hilarious. That is funny. Come on. I love double standards. They're so good. They're delicious. Delicious double standards. What hypocrites. So did Susan Ley actually know that? Yeah, well, she obviously didn't use her research assistant before making that fucking outrageous claim, did she? It's so good, man. Politics.
In condemning the Iranian regime, and what international affairs requires is for governments of purpose, with that sense of purpose, to engage diplomatically with our friends. And we had yesterday people such as President Pabao and a whole range of people attending there. My position is very, very clear, which is we did not send any government representative because it wouldn't have been appropriate. None of my team would have sat in that position. As simple as that. And there was no representative. What individuals do, very separate from the government, is a matter for them. And I note, I note that it certainly is not something that I would have even thought of doing, and no one in my government would have thought of doing. As simple as that. But the idea
again, though. Why? Why is it so controversial to send someone like this? Is fucking international politics. This is diplomacy. They are our largest trading partner. Like, what the is wrong with sending people to a victory? Do we not celebrate World War II, the end of World War II, or like the Anzacs, all that sort of stuff in this country? 100%. I don't think it's a problem. What this is, again, is showing all of us plebs, that's right, us in the cattle class that go to die in wars between the ideological West and the ideological East, is that this really was all about optics, this parade, from both ends. Xi, again, was setting up a clear message for the Western powers. is these guys are mine, all right? And they do my bidding, and they need me. And so, like, we're forming a club over here, and we're coming to get you. So watch out. And that's why it would have been so controversial to actually send someone over to, again, someone who is your largest trading partner. Like, that is diplomacy 101. If you do trade with someone and you rely on them for the functioning of your entire economy, you send people along to events like this. That is not unusual. That is actually the norm. It is unusual not sending someone along. They've done it in the past. This is a very, very interesting situation that's going on the world stage, and we should all be a little bit concerned about it. Just a little bit. Kind of makes me feel like they sent Dan on purpose. Someone who's playing 3D chess. That's why I want to know what Dan's up to, like, honestly. And we'll watch what Dan has to say about this. Dan said something. I can't read that. Kenneth, can you please translate to Xi Jinping? Reaches for foil hat. What a cell phone. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Dan Andrews is doing that from the private sector. Yeah, 100%, right? Like, what do these guys do? Hey, all these politicians of all sorts, they go from the premier to being, like, heads of giant corporations, sitting on the boards of massive corporations or lobby groups or something like that. Yeah, if he's going out there and shaking hands with other world leaders, like, people like the leaders in Malaysia and all that sort of stuff. He's got business interests in Southeast Asia, and that was a great business trip for him, I'm sure. Let's be honest.
Idea that what you do on an issue such as opposition to the Iranian regime is look for difference where there is none actually undermines Australia's position in international politics. Just as the response from last Wednesday morning to try and look for distinction and look for political difference for what was the first time that any government has expelled an ambassador since the Japanese ambassador was expelled during World War II.
Fuck, that's pretty crazy, man.
Let's go over here.
We haven't done that since World War II. What a big statement that is. Eh? All right, let's hear it from the man himself. Daniel Andrews says he's very proud he signed Victoria up for the Belt and Road during the Chinese state media interview. Now, here it is. Here is the big connection, I think. I don't think it's just, honestly, I don't think it's got actually much to do with the fact that, like, he was around during COVID and he's blamed by the Victorian people for the draconian and authoritarian measures which were the response to the COVID situation and, like, what his government rolled out. I actually think that people were generally just disgruntled by that whole situation. It could have been anyone. I think really what was kind of a big political issue and controversy for him was how he did this. He openly signed kind of like agreements or memorandums of understanding, let's say, between his Victorian government and the CCP with regards to looking for opportunities where China can invest in Victoria as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, this is obviously, rebel. Yes, that's the Australian parliamentary system there for you. American onlooker. I hope you enjoyed it. So good. Order. Rebel. Yeah, like, that's pretty controversial, because, like, everybody knows, I think that everybody would have been understanding at the time that the point of the Belt and Road Initiative since its inception, and I think it was like 2013, or its announcement in 2013, was that this was China's opportunity to not only expend some of its capital, but set up infrastructure around the world that it can rely on to expand its reach across the world for diplomatic reasons, geopolitical reasons, and for economic reasons. Like, it needs, you can argue strategic reasons from a military perspective, whatever you want to argue, but, it can get stuff it can get its stuff out to the market. All right, this is capitalism, baby, and this China, especially at the time, if not, there's changing its position in the world, global economic structure. It's the factory house of much of the world. And so, it needs the Belt and Road Initiative in order to get its stuff out to the market. That is one of the biggest vehicles or motivations of the capitalistic system is in order to, you're going to produce all this stuff. How are you going to get it out? And you've got to break down barriers around the world. That's what colonialization was all about. Colonialization, many people think, was just, getting access to resources and some type of cultural legacy where Europeans went around the world just showing that they were better than everyone else and wiping out other people's cultures. They were breaking down barriers to markets. There were extensive populations around the world who hadn't civilized yet because they were all self-sufficient and lived off the land. Basically, they would trade and do commerce, but they didn't have a market system. And so they went around colonizing the world to open up markets. They went into places and tore them off their land, made them into wage workers, and then brought in monetary systems. So they had to, the only way that they could get stuff now was to buy it on the market. So then they had to get money somehow. So then, all right, fine, I have to go and get a job, I guess. And so they started tearing people off the land around the world to open up markets for the Europeans to send their goods to, and vice versa, for them to buy exotic things and send it back to the imperial core, let's say, to send it back to, the North Atlantic. And that was also not just exotic things, but literal resources. And so that's what is an essential feature of capitalism, is breaking down barriers to markets around the world. And Chinese want in on that with the Belt and Road Initiative. But it's a pretty nice carrot to dangle in front of people that don't have the capital to invest in much needed infrastructure anyway. And so if Dan was signing agreements and quid pro quos to get the Chinese to invest in Victoria because the Australian federal government can't spend the money on it, or we can't find the money in this country to develop much needed infrastructure, and that's just politics, baby, if you ask me. It really is politics, going out and seeking people that will invest in local infrastructure that is required. This is capitalism 101 right there. Roughly translates to, I want to suck your sausage. I wonder if that's verifiable, if Google's given you that. That's interesting. I think Dan works for a MH charity or something now. Interesting. There you go. Public service is always a resume booster. That's the only reason most do it. And then they set up deals when ready to go. Once they leave office. Yeah, I'm not worried about war with China unless they are prepared to build a 7,000 kilometer supply chain to invade the country that supplies 60% of cheap iron ore China uses for their industries, and to build their incredible military that was on display the other day. I was actually thinking that while we were watching, I was like, fucking, how much of the iron ore that we have sold to China is on display right now? It'll be interesting to figure that one out. Just like in, during World War II, we were supplying iron ore to Japan, helping them build the fleets that were coming and, waging war in the Australasian region. And wool, actually. The Japanese really wanted Australian wool to make all the uniforms, I guess. Supply the soldiers in the Pacific arena, theatre. All right, let's see what Dan Andrews has to say for himself. Dan Andrews expresses his pride in signing Victoria up to the controversial Belt Road Initiative while echoing Chinese government talking points. That's a big claim, okay, in an interview with the state-run broadcaster. This is the ones that we watch. This is CGTN TV, or the broadcaster. And the video, the stream that we watched the other day got taken off YouTube. So I was speaking to someone, I think it was Sam, in the comments for that video about various kind of stuff, actually to do with Thomas Sewell, actually. And that video got chopped because CGTN, the Chinese state media company, put a copyright claim against the video because we watched the military parade through their media outlet. And so now you can't see that live stream anymore. We got taken down, everyone. We do make some damn fine wool, yes, and we've been doing it for a long fucking time too. That's our position, or that was our position in the capitalist world economy for a long time. Wool, gold, iron ore, agricultural or produce. Let's actually look at Dan. I actually want to hear what he has to say for himself. I'm pretty sure I had a link for that as well. Let's have a look-sees. Dan Andrews' statement. Dan Andrews on the BRI. Yes, here it is. I think this is from... Is this YouTube? Yeah. Have a look.
During your time in office, Victoria has...
Here we go. All right, let's have a look here.
During your time in office, Victoria has undertaken significant renewable energy infrastructure projects. So what do you think is the significance of this paradigm shift in development?
Well, it's really important to see President Xi, as well as other senior leaders across China, so consistently speak about changing the way economic growth occurs, to not just be focused on the old ways, but to be increasingly focused on high productivity and quality, not just in inputs, but quality from an outcome point of view. That, of course, means that the energy transition, moving away from fossil fuels and having a much cleaner and greener and more sustainable future, one that comes in at a much lower cost, both in terms of dollars, but also air quality, people's health, and indeed the health of the planet. It's very encouraging to see that that's not just been one speech on one day. That is a really consistent theme, as you say, a buzz phrase. I'm really looking forward to hearing more about how Chinese government, the central government, sees that unfolding in the years to come. But from our point of view, we have taken our local community from a very significant reliance on coal and gas and are in the midst of a massive transition away from those fossil fuels. Wind and solar and battery storage is absolutely the future. And when you think about it, the cheapest form of new energy is in fact renewable energy. We have to break from the past and we have to continue that massive investment, many billions of dollars in building a new energy grid, in transforming industry. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren. And if you look at China's record, massive investments and a big switch.
Well, there it is. There it is. There's the other fucking dog whistle for anyone that's like, I guess, conservative or right wing and would hate someone like this. Is he's talking about renewable energy. Like, hey, the sun don't always shine. The wind doesn't always blow. Like, you know, that usual rhetoric. That's why he's got many a target on his head. It's not just China. He's also going down the path of talking about renewables. Damn it, man. That's the source, that's the antithesis of the source of Western power, isn't it? Western power really has come a lot from dominating the energy market, and in the energy market in relation to fossil fuels. But he's doing it for the children. Yeah, well, fucking wrong move, buddy. It's political suicide, that is. South Park was right. Complimenting the size of your neighbor's peen improves foreign relations. The Chinese speak better English than many native English speakers I know in Australia. They have a greater vocabulary than the bogans that I know, that's for sure. I'm super impressed with anyone that uses the word paradigm in a sentence. Yeah, it's pretty funny, actually. Good point.
And if you look at China's record, massive investments and a big switch, a very big switch, one that I don't think China quite gets the international credit and acclaim for that it should get. You've been on a very long journey There's still a further distance to travel, like all of us. But partnership between Australia and China can be critical in us making that energy transition, and indeed China completing that energy transition as well.
There we go. Fucking asshole talking about sustainable options. You might as well hang him out to dry now. Fucking radical douchebag. There it is. Can't talk about sustainability. It's the elephant in the room. Now we know why he's such a threat to Australia's interests. I want to find this out. I got to know. As part of Daniel Andrews' agreements with China in relation to Victoria's potential inclusion in the Belt and Road Initiative, what were the type of projects that Victoria was looking to engage Chinese investment for? I would like to know more. The key sectors and projects typed in Victoria, the China BRI framework. Victoria aimed to attract Chinese infrastructure firms to participate in its major transport builds. This included projects with its $80 billion big build pipeline, such as the North East Link, Metro Tunnel, Westgate Tunnel, Melbourne Airport Rail Link, Suburban Rail Loop, innovation and technology, high-end manufacturing, biotechnology, agriculture, aging and health. Victoria sought to collaborate on aging-related solutions, medical training and aged care through exchanges and initiatives, trade and development, agricultural products, food, nutraceuticals and cosmetics, nutraceuticals. There were efforts for Victorian exporters, abattoirs, food producers to gain accreditation and expand access to Chinese markets, of course. Infrastructure financing, joint venture infrastructure accelerator. Interesting. And strategic partnerships. Capabilities on R&D. Wow. So it's actually not related to sustainable stuff at all, really. By the look of this. It seems to be about, like, roads. Roads. Oh, at least the rail loop, actually. Airport rail. That's okay. But metro tunnels, like, fuck. Do you really need more avenues for people to get stuck in traffic? That's the worst. My God. Not even that controversial, man. Far out. Sustainable energy and more sustainable from a more sustainable empire. That's a pretty good assessment of that situation, actually. That's pretty funny. I don't know, man. That wasn't really that controversial, I must say. All right, which one are we going to have a look at? Let's have a look at this one, I guess. We're going to... Jeff is right. If we're going to go down this fucking rabbit hole, we're going to fucking Sky News. Let's do it.
Now,
oh, no,
I like
not this guy again.
Daniel Andrews in China, fair dinkum. I agree, by the way, with those that have said he's a has-been, and to some degree you might end up spending too much time talking about this. But he couldn't give a stuff what the public's opinion is. After all, he's the guy who locked everyone in for the longest period of time in the world. He's a bloke who ran a government whose very own decisions were responsible for 99% of the COVID cases and thus the COVID deaths when they decided to put the old private security in hotel quarantine. He then turned around and, of course, got a gold medal for an OAM, services to public health. He's now always been a person who's been trying to backdoor China into Australian infrastructure. Thankfully, we had a government that said no to it at the time. But what about the Prime Minister? Here he was a couple of days ago trying to pretend nothing to see here when we can all see what's there to see and how disgusting it is that he was there.
What do you think of Dan Andrews joining a line of people greeting President Xi at this parade, which includes Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un.
Well,
do you like that Dan Andrews and Bob Carr are there?
He's not meeting them, as I said.
Don't you love the way this works, right? When they're on their team, no criticism whatsoever. You know, all of those people down there in Canberra, they've got so many opinions about, you know, if Donald Trump shakes the hand of Vladimir Putin, but the attitude towards the president of China and the CCP is a complete let-off. And Daniel Andrews will just be the latest in a long list of people who will seek to get their pound of flesh and their bag of coins for facilitating a better relationship between the CCP and Australia. The CCP made it very clear that they plan on being the dominant country in the world. And there are too many people in this country who are willing to make a fast buck out of it or exchange some quick votes. And then one day we'll all wake up and realise we're in the wrong place. And geez, how did we get here? I'll tell you how. Through moments like this and how a Prime Minister reacts. How hard is it to say that your mate did the wrong thing, even if they're your best mate? When you're the Prime Minister, it's not about throwing him under the bus, it's about showing the world you know the difference between doing the right thing and the wrong thing. Well, here he was having another crack today.
My position is very, very clear, which is we did not send any government representative because it wouldn't have been appropriate. None of my team would have sat in that position. As simple as that.
Well, for his part, Daniel Andrews has put out a statement because, God forbid, you do a radio interview.
Why didn't he show the card where Alba was like, but you guys send people to China? Why did you guys send people to China for? Where's the list? Oh my God, who cares this much? LOL. Great analysis. It is great analysis, you know? Like, we're going to wake up one day and we're going to realize that the world is now Chinese. And it's going to be because of a moment like this where Albo failed to call out his best mate for not going along to this China. This is the watershed moment, ladies and gentlemen. Remember this moment when you wake up in 30 years' time and everyone around you is speaking Mandarin and like you can't even speak to your own kids anymore because they're all running around in little CCP uniforms. This was the moment. You'll all think back to this and be like, fuck, Albo should have said something to Dan Andrews and should have just called it out for what it was. And then the Chinese Empire would have disintegrated. It would have melted away before our eyes. And we would have all been still kissing the boots of the Americans, who are our rightful leaders on the world stage. That's the Sky News analysis right there. Show the video of the tech companies lining up to give gifts to Trump. Same. It's a good point. Going to parades is wrong, apparently. Attend a march organized by Nazis, though. That's the best analysis yet. There it is. Going to parades is wrong. Attend a march organized by Nazis, though. This is the Sky News dilemma right here. Yes. Going to a parade, which the Chinese self-describe as the end of the war on fascism, the victory over world fascism, bad idea, bad parade. But a march organized by neo-Nazis, or especially overrun by neo-Nazis, depending on where you were, completely acceptable stuff. That is a really interesting point, actually. That's some of your finest analysis right there, I must say. Nah, won't wake up with them around us as I marched for Australia. Didn't they see me carrying my Australian flag and wearing my Australian shirt? Not in my country. Next minute, Murdoch signs a big deal with China. China is an important trading partner. CC on that Nazi. But funny. Who got C? Oh, you haven't been CC'd yet, or you haven't put it in. Man, that's fucking hilarious. I can't do this guy anymore. I want to watch another one. I'm sorry. I hate this bearded guy, whatever his name is.
But first tonight, former Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews has always been Beijing's pathetic puppet. From the Belt and Road Initiative deal he did with China, which was designed to expand Beijing's power across the world, to his multiple secretive visits there while leader of the state, where he met with Chinese officials, and we never really found out why. And you'll recall this infamous photo in Tiananmen Square, the same place where China murdered hundreds of students in the...
Hey, you know, he's talking to fucking Albo. He was in Tiananmen Square speaking to Albo. Albo has always known. Hey, he's always known. I thoroughly enjoy my Sky News watching father-in-law brings up these talking points word for word. Yeah, that's how you know it's an indoctrination machine, right? If I watch Sky in advance, I can butt in and finish the sentence for him. That's hilarious. Oh, well, hard hitting from the start. I know, that was scathing, wasn't it? And like bringing up Tiananmen Square massacre, that's how you re-trigger the Pavlovian response. Oh, that's right, evil communist dictatorship, because they care so much in Sky News about like student protests. They love it when students protest. That's why they're so happy when all those students protest all the time about Palestine. They never have a bad word to say about those student protesters ever.
Photo in Tiananmen Square, really found out why. And you'll recall this infamous photo in Tiananmen Square, the same place where China murdered hundreds of students in the 80s during the massacre. But even out of office, Dan Andrews remains China's marionette, the best Australian friend Beijing has ever had. He even rivals Anthony Albanese, and that is saying something. But today, the true extent of his love affair with the communist dictatorship was laid out for the world to see, and it is very concerning. Dan Andrews was a guest of honour at China's military parade in Beijing as part of its Victory Day celebrations. But this photo...
China's marionette. Eh? The language is so good, man. I need a media team like that. I wish I could come up with titles that good. Get more views on my YouTube videos, that's for sure.
Should worry all of us. Dan Andrews joined world leaders and dictators on the red carpet ahead of the event. Here he is posing for a class photo of sorts with the axis of evil. Communist leader Xi Jinping, Russian President Vladimir Putin, and North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. And there's Dan Andrews, a couple of spots behind Kim Jong-un, for goodness sake.
Remember when I was mucking around earlier and I was like, look at him, he's only a couple spots or a couple of rows behind Kim Jong-un. I didn't know. I should be on the writing staff for Sky News, man. If she keeps going with the face work, she'll get put on the American Fox team. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Hey, but like, I don't know if her teeth game is up to the American Fox team standards. She'll have to get like full replacement going on there. She's not plastic enough for the Fox standards though. See, this is the Temu Australian version of Fox, right? Hey, it's not as plastic. Yeah, a classic find Wally in an axis of evil photo. That's so good. It is like that, isn't it? Aha, I found you, Wally. Hey, and he's not wearing his fucking classic red and white beanie, and I still found him anyway. I was able to spot him out. Even in a sea of red, I could still find him.
I mean, this is truly inconceivable and a complete and utter embarrassment.
Is it inconceivable, though? Like, honestly, if the coalition sends them along... you know, for the 70th anniversary. Is it really inconceivable? This wasn't even an official trip. If you think about it, like politically it wasn't.
To Australia. This is exactly the type of propaganda China wants. And not to mention a complete slap in the face to Victorians who are still struggling years on from Dan Andrews' government's decisions like the record COVID lockdown.
You know what? I've got to agree with her. This is what China wants. Now, whether you like China or not, you have to understand in terms of geopolitical games and what their overarching strategy is for becoming superpower number one. One of their main tactics is to sow division within Western democracies. Now, they will do that by helping promote disunity, for instance, on the world stage between the US and Europe, Like, they have a large trade relationship with Europe. They're obviously getting reamed by, or not even getting reamed at the moment. They're being threatened by Trump in terms of the tariff situation. So if they're able to get in between Europe and the US, like two of the epicenters of the liberal democratic world order, they will do that. And they will try to figure out their relationships so they can basically break down the old post-World War II, Bretton Woods style economic world order. And don't be thinking, though, honestly, amongst all the laughs that we're having about this, that Dan Andrews' invitation along to this event, with like all of the people that she could have had there, all of the people that have had some type of dealing with the CCP in whatever way, shape, or form as a political figure, pulling him out of retirement and calling him up wasn't an intentional choice by the CCP or some strategic thinker or member of some think tank that services the CCP. Don't think for a second that this was not a strategic invitation. They knew that this type of stuff would happen. They knew that this type of controversy would entail. The same thing has happened across the ditch in New Zealand. People have been calling out those two prime ministers that went along and obviously had good relationships with China during their reigns. But this was a strategic invitation by China to sow disunity in the Australian political system. Albanese has had to, because of all the China fear at the moment, he's had to talk, he's had to talk tough on China. And because of the Susans of the world who will just attack the government on any issue in regards to China, they understand that there's disunity on the China issue. And so bringing in a Labor person was don't put it past them. Part of their job is to cause disarray, let's say, in the liberal democratic societies of the world. So she's not wrong there. And this is their tactics. It's open. They've talked about it. They list it as part of their vision when they have their party conferences. So it's not just random that Dan Andrews got an invitation here. I think they were hoping for this type of optics and sowing some type of division within different members of the liberal democratic world order. Australia and New Zealand are part of Five Eyes. And so if people start to kind of break apart politically because they've got economic ties to China, but they also are fearful of China and they start infighting, then it can cause a bit of chaos within certain security organizations that the liberal democratic order have, which are all aimed against China. So this is about sowing seeds of division, honestly. I wouldn't put it past them. And it's up to us to react in a way where we don't fall prey to these type of political divisive games. But here we are going head straight into it, and helping fuel the division ourselves. Maybe the Labor Party did this on purpose. That conservative media is talking about this while they push through some new legislation, some woke legislation. Ain't that the fucking truth, eh? That's probably exactly what it's about. Ninja Nurse, fun fact, I was interviewed by Murray on Sky News during COVID talking about the healthcare system. It was a pre-recorded interview. They completely cut out the part where I talked about protecting poor and vulnerable members of our community like the LGBTQIA+ and non-English speaking migrants. They used some concision in your interview and cut parts out that they didn't want for their own ends and their own propaganda model. Well, Ninja Nurse, who would have thought, that they would be capable of such things. Very interesting. But yeah, look, I got to give it to her. Whenever they say something that's on the money, credit where credit's due, I think this was an interesting invitation by Xi, that's for sure.
And suppression of freedoms. And now the former Premier is smiling with leaders of regimes who suppress freedoms on a daily basis. Dan Andrews, hang your head in shame. But that's just the issue, isn't it? He's never had any shame, not on anything, even China.
The trip was not about me. And again, with respect, it was not about you. It was about the future of Victoria.
Oh, it was never about Victoria. It was always about Dan Andrews. Now, on the world stage today, China showed off its military might. Now, this was a deliberate tactic by China to show off its latest weapons to the world. All of its arsenal in a show of might against the West. That includes us and our #1 ally, the United States. China unveiled its robot wolves, a contingent of four-legged robots capable of launching precision strikes against targets, along with laser weapons, nuclear ballistic missiles and giant underwater drones, all clearly designed to destroy the West's military arsenal. And of course, this useless fool, Dan...
Yes. Yes, because the Western military apparatus is a threat to China in their region, in their own backyard. Oh, man. What a life to live if one never felt shame, LOL. I'm a bit jealous. Actually, yeah, you know, right? You're damn right. Like, imagine if you had no social awareness and you just completely lived shame-free. What a liberating existence that would be. Sky News out here acting like the Australian government doesn't suppress its citizens all the time. Yes. Not part of the story, though.
Andrews was there to lap it up in the audience, probably smiling, clapping and waving along like a trained seal. And boy, he made quite an entrance. Have a look.
And
there's the moment again.
September 3rd, it was also here where Chinese President Xi Jinping and his wife, Madame Peng Liyuan, welcomed.
Yep, that was Dan Andrews again, happily shaking hands with the leader of a communist regime, which has sent spy ships our way, conducted live fire drills off our coast, imposed punitive tariffs, and has bullied us militarily and economically. Yet the Prime Minister did not seem fussed by it.
What do you think of Dan Andrews joining a line of people greeting President Xi at this parade, which includes Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un?
Well,
do you like that Dan Andrews and Bob Carr are there?
He's not meeting them.
Really? He's not meeting them? So, all right, solves it all, doesn't it? I mean, what is this Prime Minister so scared of? It was only in June Anthony Albanese and Dan Andrews had lunch together in Melbourne. It's not like the pair aren't in touch. So why did the Prime Minister not urge him not to go? The Coalition pushed the Prime Minister on it in question time.
Will the Prime Minister condemn his close personal friend, Daniel Andrews, attending the Chinese Communist Party military parade alongside the presidents of Russia, North Korea and Iran?
I'm responsible for the Australian government. The Australian government did have a representative there, and the Australian government did have a representative 10 years ago.
Well, the China of 10 years ago is not the China of today. The China of today has hurt Australia in more ways than one. But once again, the Prime Minister is just so scared of upsetting Xi Jinping. I mean, remember his own trip in July.
Did the President express any objection to your plans about bringing the Port of Darwin back into Australian hands, or any potential response that China might take to that?
No, it wasn't raised. There was no breach of international law by China, but that we were concerned about the notice and the way that it happened, including the live fire exercises.
I don't know, man. They've changed the clip. I can't do this anymore. It's being reported that there is rioting, so you have seen rioting. Now we are just reporting it. No, we are just reporting it. So censored comments, what did you get censored for? What? You got CC for that? for the rioting comment. You're not allowed to speak like that, I guess. How dare you? That disappointed face. Yeah, I can't do this. I'm sorry. Let's just look at the comments, please. The script is too much. Like, there's no give and take there. It's just all attack. It's tiring. Victorian Labor should be in opposition for the next 20 to 50 years for the damage Dan Andrews has caused. And lo and behold, like, what's going on there then? There's no opposition that's capable of putting them down for such a period, for decades. It's funny, isn't it? Labor is the greatest threat to Australia has ever faced. Dan needs to be investigated for espionage and treason. The greatest Labor Party communist. What a grub. Once a dictator, always a dictator. Dan putting all Victorians into huge debt due to his selfish and self-interest position to path his own future. And now he's using his position to benefit himself. Shameful, Dan. Why is there no control on these people? Well, I guess that would be authoritarian, controlling someone in a supposedly free society, right? He should be jailed for treason or banned from coming back to Australia because he went to China. Fuck, there'd be a lot of people that can't go on holidays to China anymore. Hey, what a grub. True Aussie speech. I know. So good. And like, this is the best profile picture here, the Clippy one. Now, do you understand who you voted for? Labor voters. Hey, yeah, you're the worst. Labor voters. The Labor Party is a threat. There's your favorite word again. Sweet. There's the word grubs. That says all about the Labor grubs. The bastards are spy. Like, this is savage. Even sadder that Andrews is Albanese's advisor. It's a matter of national security. And I'm bloody serious. Should be in jail for treason. Fuck, this is heavy, man. I wonder what they base that on. And I base that on absolutely nothing. Dan Andrews should be in jail for treason. It's a big call. You guys see those ones at the end there? Yeah, you can. Don't let him enter the country again. He can stay there. Should be in jail for crimes against humanity. Wow. He should be ashamed for what he did to Victoria. Typical Labor traitor. Once a dictator of lockdowns, forever a dictator with no soul. Now, the man's got no soul. And that's like, I guess, what you would expect, I guess, from the comment section there. There's a low bar for treason, isn't there? Far out. People are pissed off. Well, the comments are wrong. Not a lot of depth. Sorry. Well, the comments are wrong. Are you saying they're not wrong? I will get you to confirm that for me. Dilemmas. Do you think that politicians read comments? My mental health would be a mess. Treason. Triggered. Soldier Bear, welcome. How are you? I don't know, man. It's a big call, though. Don't you think? Saying that it's treasonous for, like, going to a parade and dealing with Australia's largest trading partner. Like, I thought this world was a little bit more open to the economy and matters of the economy and trade. He should face charges for COVID. I guess that's the real theme here, isn't it? Soldier Bear. Everyone's just still pissed off about the COVID situation. Haven't gotten over it yet. And so that's just going to follow him around forever. Interesting. I do say very interesting. All right, so we are going to, unless people want to just continue on the dictator Dan train and get to the bottom of why he's such a nefarious character that is that is treasonous. Let's not mince words here. Unless people want to continue going down this rabbit hole, we're going to shift gears and we're going to be looking at something completely unrelated to this. Do we have a representative from Australia at Trans Parade? Oh, that's a good question. Which representative? Who should we send along? At Trump's parade. That's a hilarious autocorrect mistake. You know, that's a really good question, actually. Let's ask. We must have had some dignitary there. Were there any Australian politicians or dignitaries that went along to the military parade held for the 250th anniversary of the United States Army, aka Trump's birthday parade? The event officially titled 250th birthday for the U.S. Army Grand Military Parade and celebration took place on the 14th of June. Extensive coverage of the parade makes no mention of official Australian representatives, while Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister Richard Marles visited the U.S. earlier in February 2025, meeting with U.S. Secretary of Defence Pete Hegseth. Imagine meeting with Pete Hegseth. Fuck me, Dad. What a character. No, there's no record or credible reporting that any Australian politician or dignitary attended or accompanied the US Army's 250th anniversary parade. Interesting. And he ran the kid over on the push bike and his goons covered it up for him. Then he lied to the public about it. Jail the hunchback. Treason or sedition. Can't be scared of a lump of coal moment, I reckon. Slap that on the table. The lump of coal moment. That's a seminal Australian political history right there. Trump parade. How pathetic was it? They couldn't even march in sync. Yeah, that's what I was thinking while watching it. I must agree with you on that one. Like, seriously, it looked very disorderly for what you would expect in a military parade. It looked like they were just going for a walk in their, like, you know, their uniforms compared to the Chinese one, which was like the most choreographed arrangement that you could get. Like, you know, the world's best dancing teams and performers would not get away with such incredible synchronization. Did we get an invite? Okay, that's a good question. Despite the fact that there were no Australian politicians or dignitaries at the event, were they invited? Was any foreign political persons invited to the event? Good follow-up. It likes your questioning, Stephen said. Was treated as a domestic national celebration, not a state visit or an international summit. U.S. Department of Defense announcements, White House press briefings, and coverage from outlets like AP, CBS News, and Stars and Stripes only listed U.S. government leaders, military officials, and veterans, and the general public. No. I think that's the long and the short of it there. It is a good question, actually. China has marching regiments. That's their sole goal in life. Oh, okay. They do pretty well. Trump just changes his mind on whim, so no prep. Trump wants our minerals. That was one of the things Trump and Albo talked about today, allegedly. Yes, they've only just met, actually. Oh, sorry, they only just finally got in contact with one another. It's interesting, isn't it? But he doesn't want our steel mills. Yeah, just the ore. Yeah, because we're going to be investing in green steel, I'm pretty sure. I guess we'll have to have a look into that too at some point. All right, we're switching gears. We're switching gears. Let's have a look at... So we're going to go over now and like look at something that I'm always interested in keeping an eye on, and I think we all should be as well, is developments in the AI revolution. And, you know, what's happening in terms of its overall impact on the economy, like the global economy, localized economies, etc., but not just from an economic
Asking
standpoint.
a large language model
but like what type of impact it's going to have on society more broadly. And when I say society, then I group that into what type of externalities, the effects it's going to have on the environment itself. So I think it's important to understand that issue when it comes to artificial intelligence. And so we're going to go down a rabbit hole that has been sponsored today by Squeeb89. So thank you for putting this in the Discord. I think it's a good piece of propaganda that we should all be across. See us as an agrarian country with no value beyond that. Yeah, we're resource extraction. US definitely have precision marching and drill routine. Just clearly isn't the focus that it is in China. Yeah, well, it was definitely a focus the other day. And again, yeah, very surprised on how, laxed the US one was. I said it a few times the other day, I think. But yeah, we're going to switch gears. So we're going into AI land. Now, the reason why this is so important, I think, and for us, is because, as people that are anti-capitalist, and like I'm assuming you are generally anti-capitalist to a certain extent if you're down with this style of content, and if you're not, then you will be soon. But the AI revolution, it really does pose an imminent structural change, a paradigm shift to the way that the capitalist economy works. From the very onset of capitalism, especially in the industrial capitalist society, but from the industrial capitalist perspective, the idea of increasing productivity has not just been about making workers more efficient and extracting, more surplus value from less people. It has been about addressing a fundamental problem in the capitalist system. There is a social relation between capitalists, so the people that control the means of production and produce value because they control those means of production, and there is a relationship between those people and workers. And the problem is that you need workers because they have this magical ability, this component called labor. You can buy their labor off them. They make stuff. They do things with their hands or their cognitive ability. They use the skill sets that they have to help produce value. And you can get that out of them if you pay them enough to cover at least their survival, if not other luxuries and bonuses. But you can get that out of them for the right cost as a capitalist. But unlike, iron ore, this type of commodity, this labor power, these pesky humans have their own ideas and their own interests. And so, they're unfucking reliable. You can't just put them on the shelf and take them off when you're ready to insert labor into the process. They have other interests, socializing and forming communities and looking after their families and, outrageous things like that. They're not just tools to be used in the economy. They have their own opinions and desires. And so they are an incredibly unreliable part of the economy because sometimes they get together and they organize and then they challenge the power of the capitalist class, the people that own the means of production, and try to dictate in the economy where the value should be created. And so from the onset, especially, like I said, of industrial capitalism, technological advancement has generally, been about increasing productivity and getting more stuff out, but has also been an effort to reduce the amount of workers relied upon, because again, that type of variable is really unfortunate for the capitalist class. they want their own stuff, and they're demanding, and they don't listen to instructions all the time. So you constantly revolutionize the means of production. Again, yes, for productivity purposes and for making things more efficiently, but you also do it because you want to rely less and less on labor until you've reached a good equilibrium where you can really just control labor and suppress labor. And then like you don't have to worry about it too much. Okay, so this is where the AI revolution really comes in, because I think for the first time, you really have a situation where most of the history of industrial capitalism has been about kind of taking away a lot of the manpower requirements that come from having large labor forces. There's only so much strength. There's only so much repetitious activity that humans can do. And so like you can automate and get machines to do it, robots to come in and kind of take that, take away the muscle power of labor. But for the first time on a large scale, I'll put that qualifier in there, that human cognitive labor is really being challenged at its core. And so for the most part, and especially since the onset of like the neoliberal era, so for the last 50 years, a lot of advanced industrial economies that downsized, let's say they got rid of their industrial base and don't rely on like the usual kind of, labor force that uses kind of their manpower, quote unquote, have been relying on the cognitive side of labor value production to allow their economies to tick over. So the service sector, really. Lawyers, accountants, people in customer service agencies, people in, education, childcare services, healthcare services, tourism, like all of these service level style economies, which require a level of cognitive ability as opposed to brute force, let's say. And so AI is threatening a low level or repetitive or easy to map, let's say, cognitive ability. At one point, it should be able to replicate all levels of cognitive ability, but I don't think we're anywhere near that in terms of properly integrating it into the economy. But there will be a lot of jobs that get sucked up by the fact that we have AI that can now do what humans do more generally, as opposed to just the physicality of labor power. It's the overarching labor power now generally in terms of an abstract sense. It's generally labor power. And that's a big structural change to the economy. It's a massive structural change to the economy. But what are the ramifications of this? Like when it comes to, robotics, you understand, like you have industries that are set up to make, automation, and like, that requires electricity. And we understand that, electricity can come from sustainable sources in the modern era or the ultra modern era, contemporary times, or it come from unsustainable sources. But, it's pretty much limited to those type of resource constraints. But AI comes with a whole bunch of resource constraints in order to be able to replicate cognitive labor power. It has a different level of inputs required to, like I said, replicate cognitive labor power. So it's not actually thinking for itself. But there's an enormous amount of power and energy that goes into this, an enormous amount of resources that goes into this. And so that's going to have a structural change on the physical environment. So the landscape, particularly, as more and more elements of the economy, industries, sections, corporations, players, start to rely on this technology to help with cognitive labor power, let's call it, for the sake of this discussion. And the more the demand is, the higher the costs will be to environments. We already know that it has a huge demand in terms of electricity generation has huge demand in terms of water intake, and the size of the data centers that need to fuel this type of machinery is ginormous. It's absolutely ginormous, and it's impacting local communities. It's destroying local communities wherever they go. But, you know, we strive forward in the name of progress. And so let's have a look. Squeeb has put in quite the interesting video that I have wanted to watch for a while now, but I haven't had the chance. So we're going to do that together. And the title of the piece is called "Should I Feel Guilty Using AI?" And it's a fair question. What are the actual implications of this beyond its impact on labor power? Like, I've just outlined why it's going to be important, because capitalism does find ways to eliminate labor power, to cut out the power that the working class has at the bargaining table. It's not just about cost cutting or productivity. It's also about that core central social relation between the capitalist class and the working class, and taking away their collective power. So let's have a look at this one, and, you know, comment away as you can, and we'll take it from there. How AI data centers eat the world. Okay, I'm going to do this one first, Squeebalicious, and then we'll get on to the other ones, if that's okay. For our current planning cycle, our VP has said he wants to see someone implement AI in at least one of our products. And our head of business was talking about agentic AI presentations the company leadership team attended at a recent staff offsite. Interesting. Yeah, it's going to be integrated more and more into the economy, and it's going to drain resources, and it's going to take those resources, let's be honest, off like local communities, especially in the West, because like without the planning required for this large structural shift, it's just going to take the resources from where it can get it, and that's just like the existing infrastructure. Whereas you have somewhere like China, and all the propaganda that comes out about China's investment in energy is that they have a lot of spare capacity in their energy grid to cover the costs and the burden of the artificial, like running artificial intelligence. But the West has not got that, especially America. Well, let's not call it the West. Like, it's really only America and China that are in the real AI arms race. And yeah, the US has not planned and does not have the capacity that China has. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes. In a future where AI robots have replaced workers, so where companies have to loan us money as they already have it all, so we can buy their stuff and goods. Wait a minute. They already loan us money where we used to buy things. Yeah, well, and that's the future that's coming, right? Everyone's gonna be forced through austerity measures to beg for a UBI to cover the cost of living, and then like that UBI will become the thing that enslaves us as we all get subscriptions to various companies that run the labor force. Or not of labor force, that run armies of agentic entities and armies of robots and automated industries, and us humans just sit back and consume. We'll just be consumers. A literal cattle class will just be put into pens and munch on grass all day long, and just get shifted from paddock to paddock, and just get told what to consume. Obviously, on the UBI supplied by all the companies, as you've stated, that have all the money anyway. All right, let's have a watch, shall we?
Asking a large language model like ChatGPT a question uses approximately 3.6 joules of energy, enough to run an LED bulb for 1 second. Using an AI tool to convert speech to text uses approximately 79 joules, while generating an image from a text prompt uses approximately 1,700 joules, enough to power a laptop for about 30 seconds. And right now, ChatGPT alone processes over 1 billion queries each day. AI tools consume a lot of energy, and our use of these tools is exploding, something that has been the subject of a great many headlines relating to climate change. There is legitimate fear that our use of tools like ChatGPT and Midjourney will cause serious environmental damage. But in this video, I want to ask, what is the total environmental impact of these AI tools? What damage are they doing in various ways? But also, what benefits do they bring to our fight against climate change? And most importantly, what does all this have to do with you, how you use artificial intelligence, and how you feel about it? Let's start by interrogating the environmental impacts of AI technologies, where they occur and when they occur. Normally, people just talk about the energy impact of AI tools, but I want to be as comprehensive as I can. So let's look at the entire life cycle of an AI tool, starting with the hardware. AI needs lots and lots of silicon chips designed with lots of fast parallel processing, something that requires specific minerals like gallium and germanium, as well as ultra-pure water. Getting all of those things has an environmental cost. Extracting gallium, for example, produces significant waste and air, water, and soil pollution, notably in China, which accounts for 98% of low-purity gallium production worldwide. And on the water front, the semiconductor industry estimates that it uses 1.2 billion cubic meters of water every year. Apple, for example, estimates that 99% of its water usage is in its supply chain, building chips to go in its devices.
I don't have any reference for that at all. Estimated 1.2 million megaliters of water. Is that what it said?
And on the water front, the semiconductor industry estimates that it uses 1.2 billion cubic meters of water.
Billion cubic meters of water. What does that even look like? 1.2 billion cubic meters of water. I'm trying to visualize or understand what 1.2 billion cubic meters of water looks like. Can you give that to me in Olympic swimming pools? I wonder how much energy this thought process is taking up. We're about to find out. Ask your AI assistants. Can feel guilty later. Yeah, thanks. Whoa. Okay, so 1.2 billion cubic meters of water is roughly 480,000 Olympic swimming pools. An Olympic swimming pool is 2,500 cubic meters of water. That's pretty crazy. Could you speculate on how many Olympic swimming pools might exist on planet Earth? I wonder if there's 480,000 pools in Earth. Best guess, 30,000 Olympic-sized pools worldwide, plausibly 20 to 50,000. Big cities with a population of greater than 100,000, roughly 600. Okay, so that's like probability, based on probability. That's so crazy, isn't it? There's 30,000 Olympic swimming pools, potentially, in the world. That's 75 million cubic meters. Fuck me, dead 480. Okay, that just gives me something to work with here. That's a lot of water.
every year. Apple, for example, estimates that 99% of its water usage is in its supply chain, building chips to go in its devices. Though, to put that figure in perspective, 1.2 billion cubic meters per year is less than 0.1% of what agriculture uses every year, which is a bit terrifying. But after hardware, the next step is training your AI model. And historically, this has been where the majority of the environmental impact of an AI tool has occurred. Basically, training a model involves running a lot of computer code that takes data. Oh yeah, data. Can't build an AI tool without data. And historically, AI companies have just sort of taken data and not asked permission from that data's owner. For example, AI tools that can write like a human have been trained on datasets including the stolen transcripts of YouTube videos and the stolen texts of entire books. That's fine, right?
Yeah, it's true. And they're in big trouble at the moment, aren't they? I think Claude, or Anthropic anyway, is in a very, very important legal case at the moment where they are being sued for copyright issues for the amount of information they just scraped off the internet to train their models. And like this is going to set a massive precedent. Now, we already know that Trump has kind of signed executive orders and has changed legislation to make it harder for people to prosecute people based on copyright issues. But that doesn't mean that people around the world aren't going to take exception to the fact that these large AI companies, I guess you would call them, these massive industrialists, have just been taking everybody's intellectual property to train their models. So we'll have to see what comes as a result of that one. Google is launching a video generator AI. Wonder where they trained that on. Yeah, is that the banana one? The average annual Nile river flow is estimated to be around 48 billion cubic meters measured at the Aswan High Dam in Egypt. That's interesting. That's too many numbers. I can't even remember a 7-number code. So good. It's true, right? Am I right?
Stuff your stolen data into the code, and after a huge number of calculations, you recover a tool that can recreate patterns observed in the data. This takes a lot of energy in the form of electricity, but exactly how much is difficult to determine. One of the major problems in researching the environmental impact of AI tools is
Google's video generator is AI is pretty trash at the moment. Is that what's it called? Yeah, I've used it a couple of times. It's part of, I think it starts with a V. Can't remember exactly. But it's only going to get better, that stuff. It's going to get really good. Google did the same thing in search, and in search rights? Industries built SEO models. But once all the content was pre-trained, Google's search results got poor, as wasn't always first link. Then Google did away with search results. Now just guess as a response. Content authors now get no value for accuracy, only on quantity.
Is that the companies building those tools are not very forthcoming about how much energy their products take to build, or for that matter, how much energy is used every time a user makes a request to their services. So I'm getting ahead of myself. This article in Nature highlights the difficulties researchers in this field face, with phrases like going crazy and grasping at straws being used. There's also the issue of water, which is used to cool the hardware performing the calculations. This is slightly easier to track. You can see where water is being used up. We know, for example, that training the GPT-3 model evaporated 700,000 litres of clean, fresh water. Obviously, water is a renewable resource. That evaporated water hasn't just disappeared. But by using it for cooling data centres training AI models, you are not using it, to provide drinking water, and are contributing to the depletion of groundwater resources where data centres are based. Furthermore, Furthermore, the expected growth in AI tools has an extraordinary water bill attached to it. One often cited preprint estimates that in 2 years, AI tools will have a water footprint half the size of the United Kingdom's. Now, again, that's not much compared to global agriculture, but still an undeniably vast amount of water. But let's go back to the life cycle, because, I've already teased this, the next step is where you come in. The user. As I said, historically, most energy was consumed in the creation of an AI tool, in its training. That's because that's where all the hard calculations were taking place, and each time a user submitted a request to the tool, it didn't take very much energy to get an answer. But as the complexity and popularity of AI tools have exploded, the energy bill of usage is now significantly larger than the energy bill of training the model. In fact, for popular models like new versions of ChatGPT, the energy consumed in model usage becomes larger than the energy consumed in model training within 2 to 3 weeks of public release. And that's not because this step has gotten any less energy intense. This step has just gotten so much larger. And to be super clear, this isn't energy being used on your phone, for example, like when you make a request to ChatGPT. This is energy being used in the data centers of the AI companies. It's the electricity that goes into their hardware.
I think that's a really important point, right? Agriculture is theoretically creating things of value, but we know how much food goes to waste. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point as well, right? That, like, you know, if you're going to spend all of that water, which is, you know, it's large, but, like, you know, humans have been irrigating, like diverting water from the natural environment and from people's general consumption to grow food, and like crops, fodder crops, and crops that like help you, you know, produce other material goods, let's say, not just food, I guess. But like, yeah, we've been using that to produce value that we can actually consume, like physically consume, forever, since we've had civilization, probably before civilization, let's be honest. So yeah, it's not a bad point. Like, okay, if we're going to waste water, at least it's something that we can use to sustain our existence, as opposed to stuff that is technically abstract, right? Like, what do you actually do with the value that is being produced by AI? Like asking it questions like, what did Dan Andrews actually do with the Belt and Road Initiative? And is he really an evil dictator? Like, what's the point of that? What a waste of energy and water that was. Eh? But didn't realize running model was more than training now. I assume once it's trained, you stop training it. But what output do you want as a society is a good question. Even if we have waste, it's still allocating resources to AI instead of food. And who owns the value? Squib. You know how to talk my language, bro. There it is. The value held by a small group or able to be distributed. It's interesting.
Of the AI company.
Yeah, his distinction here is good. Like, it's not the energy that's been used by your laptop or your smartphone when you ask ChatGPT what the weather's like today. It's what's going down at the data center somewhere.
It's the electricity that goes into their hardware. These data centers are highly concentrated in certain areas. While globally, data centers use a few % of all electricity, in Ireland, data centers gobble up 17% of all electricity. In more than 5 states in the United States, data centers account for more than 10% of electricity demand. And that places extreme demands on local energy grids. There have been loads of news stories focusing on big tech companies scrambling to get enough electricity for their data centers, even buying nuclear power plants to keep up with growth. Exactly how much electricity new tools require is uncertain.
Isn't that those numbers I gave you? That you have a section of the capitalist class involved in this type of technology, this type of means of production, that are buying nuclear power plants. Like, they are investing in means of production outside of their direct industry, like real means of production. That'd be like industrial capitalists back at the turn of the Industrial Revolution like buying out entire coal mines so they could just literally get the coal straight to their factory or something like that. This is fucking crazy. That's an interesting prospect. 3 Mile Island has just been bought on contract for an AI data center. 20-year contract. Mental, isn't it? Mental.
At the start of the video for each use of a different AI tool, they were all prefaced with approximately, partly because there's a range of energy usage depending on which tool in a given category you're using, but also because there's no guarantee that these best guesses are accurate. If anything, as the corresponding Nature article pointed out, they're probably a bit low. Regardless of the specific number, the amount of energy being used is immense, which isn't necessarily a problem, as long as you can meet the demands of other users on the local energy grids where data centers are based, and of course, where you get your electricity from. Renewables and nuclear, low carbon. It kind of doesn't matter how much electricity you use, though using electricity for data centers means you're not using it to decarbonize other polluting sectors like transport. However, fossil-fueled electricity is high carbon, and unfortunately, data centers tend to exist where fossil-fueled electricity still dominates.
Remember when we were looking at that one in Texas? They were putting that massive, fucking crazy, mega data center in Texas, and the developer, the guy that was running that thing, that center, they got in trouble because they had actually set up, there was natural gas right near the data center, and they'd actually set up ways to mine and to extract the natural gas reserves that were near the data center to help fuel the data center, but they hadn't actually got any actual permission and approval for starting up these gas extraction facilities that was helping generate power to run the data center. And so that was never even being factored into their environmental or their carbon footprint, let's call it, for the running of that data center, because they had these makeshift gas extraction and electricity power plants being run on site until they got busted, and then they had to shut it down. So this is real factors in terms of environmental impact that is not even really being considered as part of this. 10 years ago, these people, the members of Silicon Valley, these lefty capitalists, these liberal capitalists, as Thomas Sowell would have described, these liberal capitalists were all about, green tech and stopping climate change and all that sort of stuff. And now when it matters, and this is what capitalism does. This is what capital does. They don't give a shit about the environment anymore. They don't care about their carbon footprint or anything like that. They want to make the best fucking tech so they can dominate the industry. That's all it's about. It's the coercive laws of competition. It's old hat now, talking about environmental impact and fossil fuel usage. A Coke can-sized piece of uranium provides enough power for an entire human's needs their entire life. There you go. Would you like to know more? Thank you. Interesting fact. All right, let's get back to it.
There is evidence that the sudden rise in demand for electricity from AI companies is prolonging the lifespan of coal power plants, coal being the dirtiest way to generate electricity. To complete our life cycle analysis, as with all forms of computer hardware, eventually the hardware used in AI models will need to be either recycled or become e-waste, leaching heavy metals into the ground. And right now, only 20% of hardware actually gets recycled. So much as this is a future environmental cost, it's an environmental cost of AI tools all the same. So AI tools cause environmental impacts at every stage of their life cycle, across energy use, water use, resource consumption, and pollution. But so far, I've only danced around the elephant in the room. The issue isn't so much how many new AI tools are being created, but how much they are being used. And our use of AI tools is exploding. However, as I said before, exactly how much demand is increasing is very difficult to know because AI companies aren't required to tell us. We have, however, already seen astonishing increases in the carbon emissions of tech giants. Google, for example, in 2023 had carbon emissions that were 48% higher than its emissions in 2019. That's partly because of the astonishing growth in its use.
No more fucks. There it is. Capitalist class. No more fucks. Like, it was front and center ideologically for a long time, you know, being carbon neutral, and like doing something about your impact. Now the AI arms race is on. They don't give a shit anymore. They don't give a shit. Isn't that interesting?
Use of AI services, such as the useless summary that you get now at the top of searches. And this has led to big tech companies rowing back their carbon commitments. Once the tech giants like Microsoft and Google and Apple led the field with their pledges to get to net zero operations, admittedly often just with some dubious carbon offsetting. But now, those targets are just being abandoned. I'd recommend reading this article from Forbes on how only 4% of companies are currently on track to meet their net zero targets. But the short version is companies are using more energy, a lot of that because of AI, and environmental commitments are increasingly being regarded as less important. We'll come back to why. But this is just
coercive laws of competition. Remember that. It's one of the driving forces of capitalism. When the ideology blows away in the wind, when all the nice carbon neutral talk flies away, what's left over is the material reality, which is these guys are at war with one another and with the East, with China, to be the dominant players. Because like the stakes are high. With AI, the stakes are very high. This is not just about like, you know, being the best car manufacturer, because, you know, if you want to protect your own car industry, then just stop it at the border, put ridiculous tariffs on it, tax it to the hilt, and then like they can't bring their cars into your country and you can save your own car industry. But the stakes are way higher with AI, because if someone figures out more impressive AI leagues ahead of the other, then they can use that for way more than just providing the best video generation software on the market. This is about who will have dominance in cyber warfare, who will have dominance in economic warfare. This is about who will have dominance in like actual all-out warfare. So the AI stakes are higher, much higher here than just having the best tech to support your burgeoning industry. This is about who's gonna be leading the world in the not too distant future. Will it be the Chinese? Will it be the Americans? Like the US has had its dominance over the world, not just because of its military might, but because of its technical sophistication. It's had the technological abilities to just outdo its competitors. But the gap has closed entirely now, and it's really just who's going to be number one. And if you listen to the rhetoric, China has got all the capacity in the world when it comes to electricity generation, and the US doesn't. It doesn't. So just on that factor, in terms of who's got the room to house it, then like, the Chinese are in much better standing. But like, who's going to have the most sophisticated AI is basically I think is going to be one of the determining factors in whose military parades we will be supporting in the future.
The trend to date. Much of the concern around the environmental impact of AI tools comes from the extrapolation of current...
Well, it's funny that you say that, because China has, I know it has less environmental regulation, in the sense that when it suits them, they will just make a decision that's best for their economic and political interests. So to hell with the environmental regulation. But they also are quite progressive when it comes to environmental targets. Like, their targets are very ambitious for their carbon neutrality. I'm pretty sure it's like they want to they've reached a peak at 2025, and they're promising complete carbon neutrality by 2050. And so, like, that's an ambitious goal that the US has walked away from. Like, now Trump's in power, they have literally, for the second time, the US have literally walked away from all of their environmental commitments. Like, all of their environmental commitments. They've walked away from the Paris Agreement, all that sort of stuff. So, like, Chinese are actually quite well advanced in terms of, I think, their general use of sustainable technologies as well. Energy technologies, sorry. Like, their ability to generate solar power and wind power and supplement their grid. So, but they're still building coal power plants. Yeah, they are. But like, they've apparently held to their commitments. Nice bit of smog during the military parade the other day. Yeah, it was. And we remember when we looked up the weather for it, or Avalava had posted that one, we saw like the weather was, like, the air quality was unhealthy. That's how it was described. Mark Bryant, China is forming the multipolar world. It's actually being spearheaded by Russia. The Russians got into gear when they were sanctioned in 2014. It's happening fast. Interesting. Americans' most popular occupation is influencer. They are going to beat China in manufacturing. Very funny.
Growth trends into the future, with some eye-watering future energy costs. The International Energy Agency estimates that by 2030, data centers could require an extra 383 terawatt hours of electricity per year, which sounds like a lot. But let's just put that in perspective a second. Compare that to the expected increase in electricity demand due to heating, or electric vehicles, or air conditioning, or light industry. And further, that's the fast growth case for data centers. In the slow growth case, they'll require just 118 terawatt hours more electricity per year, which is less than the expected demand in electricity due to salinization. There's no doubt that AI tools will have a larger energy demand as time goes on. But exactly how much larger is really difficult to predict. I mean, those two numbers I just gave you from the International Energy Agency, they are quite a bit lower than the IEA predicted just 6 months previously. Mostly because hardware is just getting more energy efficient all the time. And there is, after all, a strong profit incentive for these companies to use as little energy as possible. Plus, every now and again, a new model like DeepSeek's R1 comes out that apparently took much less energy to train. Though how that model generates its answers may actually require much more energy for each use than its competitors. If we had more data, we might know. And as Hannah Ritchie points out in her article on the subject, early predictions of the energy demands of the growing internet turned out to be overblown. Yes, our demand for data centers to power the internet rose by more than 550% between 2010 and 2018, but energy use in those data centers increased by just 6%. Efficiency gains are important. See my recent video on that. But even if we limit ourselves to the environmental impact of AI tools today, it's still significant. Your use of AI tools has an uncertain but noticeable effect on the planet. But in order to assess what the total impact of those tools is, we now need to ask, what environmental benefits do these tools bring?
Dun, dun, dun. Here comes the propaganda.
AI tools can...
What do you reckon? Nuclear is carbon neutral. Hey, just saying. G'day, David. How you going? Welcome. The multipolar world order isn't anti-West, anti-democracy. That's not true at all. Interesting. I would like to know more, Mark. Tell us why it's not anti-Western. I know they definitely don't like the Western world order and how it puts their liberal values and tries to coerce China, Russia, and North Korea into following the rules-based order when it comes to, human rights violations and abuses. So I know they're anti kind of liberal coercion, which is very much a Western issue. You could argue the only thing BRICS truly has in common is their hatred for the US. Yeah, we were speaking about this the other day. I'm pretty sure. Like, it seems to be a unifying factor that these people are. It's difficult relations, but like it just them getting together every now and again does remind the West that there is a overwhelming majority of the world's people that are, excluded from the liberal world order, and like they have rights and grievances, and they will be taken seriously, and they want in on the game, and so they're united by the fact that they have been excluded from things for a long time by the post-war construction, let's call it the post-World War II world order. But yeah, Mark, give us your reasoning why it's not anti-West or anti-democracy. Because, it's pretty hard, I would say, to make a case that they are democratic in a liberal democratic sense. Unless your argument about democracy is something else. That they have democracy. They have just a different style of it.
Cut carbon emissions and provide tangible environmental benefits in many ways. For example, AI-driven models of the Earth's atmosphere can now produce weather forecasts that are comparable to those generated by general circulation models run on supercomputers, but the AI models can be run in minutes on very basic hardware using far less energy. Google has a goal of using AI tools to improve efficiencies in systems like transport networks, power systems, and logistics networks such that 1 billion tons of carbon emissions is avoided every year by 2030.
That's incredible. Isn't that incredible? Like, this is what, like, I've talked about this, I've speculated about this a lot on our podcast. 4AS would be across this as well. Like, AI should be able to make our societies more efficient. And like, this is an evil word, but it should be able to plan economies. Like, AI should be able to get data from existing systems like logistics, like transport, and like make suggestions based on pattern recognition, which is what AI should be used for, and make suggestions about to make services more efficient and like real-time analysis of it, and then run with feedback so it can continually make these systems more efficient and easier to plan, instead of having humans there that like are much slower and take a while to become experts and be able to cover all of the data. Like, it should be able to speed up efficiencies in, coordinating complex systems like transportation systems and making them generally more efficient. This is like the fucking holy grail of AI, not fucking AGI or ASI. It's this type of stuff, getting real wins on the board in terms of coordinating complex societies. Just help us plan shit so we can do it more efficiently. Palantir has some future AI benefits. Yeah. Surveilling the world's populations. Yes. And giving feedback to governments to control us better. Because, hey, when we're unruly, that uses a lot of energy. Let's be honest. Elon tried the AI reduced waste in government approach. Yeah, well, unfortunately that wasn't anything but an ideological stunt, really. I've had some good threads with Claude about New York City's poor use of money on the police, 10% of the city budget, and how that money could be used in better ways. I'm sure you would have had some very interesting discussions. Interesting use of Claude there. Eh? Claude, it does put itself out there as the ethical AI or large language model, doesn't it? Need more focus. Like, replace the mapping thing, or weather service, replace algorithm with a better algorithm. It's better than using supercomputers, though, I guess.
You can use AI to build smart grids that more evenly distribute power demand, improve energy efficiency within grids, and reduce fertilizer use in small farms through agricultural models like Virtual Agronomist. And in one of my favorite use cases, AI chatbots have been shown to be effective at making climate skeptics challenge their own beliefs. I guess taking the human out of the equation helps. However, in all of these cases, there are asterisks and caveats galore. For example, reducing fertilizer use in small holdings, great. But the agricultural model in question did not include indigenous techniques in its training dataset, meaning that it won't recommend farmers use those techniques, and they'll be lost, just replaced with a homogeneous approach. AI weather models can only be trained on observations of the atmosphere to date, and in case you didn't hear, the atmosphere is changing quite a bit, so these models may not be able to predict the weather accurately in a significantly changed climate. AI can be used to spread climate misinformation as well as information, and efficiencies can also be increased in industries that create carbon emissions. For example, Microsoft's partnership with ExxonMobil, using AI tools to improve the efficiency of extracting fossil fuels from the ground, increasing production by 50,000 barrels a day. So like any set of tools, there are advantages and disadvantages. It depends on how you use them. But all this is abstract, right? Like, you watching this video right now, you almost certainly don't use AI tools to do any of the things I just mentioned. You're probably using AI to draft email responses, summarize articles, transcribe audio, generate questionable art. And asking, should you feel guilty because of the environmental impacts of these tools, requires knowing what the environmental benefits are in your use case. I found this paper thought-provoking in this aspect. In it, the authors compared the carbon intensity of an AI writing one page of text with that of human interfacing hardware being powered for the time it takes for a human to write a page of text, and the carbon cost of the human being kept alive for the time it takes for them to write a page of text. And note, that's a log scale, so they found that the AI was between 130 and 1,500 times more carbon efficient than the human. They also did the same analysis for image generation.
Well, fuck. What are we waiting for? Let's just erase the human race and replace us all with AI. If it can do things so fast, then, like, you know, the cost of keeping a human alive, look at that. Humans from the US creating one image. Like, come on. The cost of keeping humans around is the problem. That's the obvious conclusion from that type of graph, right? Come on, it's time. We are the problem. And I guess it makes sense, right? It wouldn't be all these carbon emissions if it wasn't for humans anyway. Okay, so let's just let AI inherit the world. It can write pages of information that no one will ever read. And, you know, that'll be more efficient from a carbon emissions perspective, right? That's what Theo has been trying to tell us. Look, it's a really simple question. Should the human race continue? Well, look, you're struggling with this. Why is it so hard for you to answer the question? Should the human race survive? Well, look, it's not that simple. Have you looked at the carbon footprint for keeping a human alive while they spend an hour writing one page compared to AI writing the same one page in microseconds? Like, do the maths. Humans, they're the problem. Thank you. Hey, Peter Thiel was right. I take back everything I've said about Peter Thiel. Everything. Watch that, it boss. About, do you want to see the human race? Yeah. Do you want to see the human race endure? Well, I guess when you quantify it like that, right? No hope for the human race. Yarvin's biofuel dream come true. I miss talking about Yarvin on a daily basis. Gotta miss that guy.
Finding that the AI produced between 300 and 3,000 times less carbon than a human. Of course, these are very broad estimates that make a bunch of assumptions, like how long it takes a human to complete these tasks, how carbon intense their life is, how carbon efficient the model used is, and much, much more. But the point is, if you are using an AI tool to do a task that you would otherwise do, that may actually be more energy efficient. But is that really the case? Are you using the time freed up by these tools to do nothing? Or are you now doing more and using more energy because of these tools? While AI can provide tangible environmental benefits, for the vast majority of users, it is going to increase your impact on the environment for really not much, if any, environmental benefit. It's a net negative influence. But I'll be real, for most people, it's a pretty limited impact. Like, you'd have to be a heavy user or generating more than a few images, or not that much actually, video, for it to make a significant difference to your individual environmental footprint. After all, it's an electrified system. It's efficient. It does quite a lot with not that much energy compared to other ways that we use energy in our lives. Because if you're worried about the environmental impact of your use of AI tools, there are far better ways of limiting your impact than cutting back your use. Take one less flight a year. Eat less, or better yet, no red meat. Take public transport to work instead of driving. Doing any of those things will dwarf the impact of you not asking ChatGPT.
See, like, when people make that argument, they're just like, you know, just if you want to reduce your carbon footprint, just don't pick up the steak when you go to the supermarket, or like, don't take that flight and you'll reduce your carbon footprint. It's just like, hello, the plane will still fly if there's one less person on the flight, like one less person on the flight. That cow was still raised and slaughtered, and if someone doesn't eat the steak, that one steak doesn't get sold in that particular shop, then it gets thrown out, and the carbon impact or the carbon calculation surrounding that product, that item that's on sale in that marketplace, like, it's still there. It doesn't get put on you. Like, you're the person that, like, can say, hey, it wasn't my fault, like, because my numbers look great. But the numbers are still there. There's always an interesting argument I find when people make that one. Very interesting. So a guy with a machine gun will replace whole regiments. Wait, one guy with 2 guns means half the troops required, right? So a guy with a machine gun will replace the whole regiment. Interesting. Train versus drive. See, the train versus drive one kind of makes it, or the bike versus driving. Like, if you literally take a bike instead of turning your car on, then you're not actually, that's actually a decision. You're not having an impact by turning your car on. But like the other ones, like, they always make it sound like it's such a simple option. Yo, Mr. E, don't forget that climate change is an individual problem. Yes, you are personally responsible for the death of everyone. That's right. Yeah, it's interesting how they market that. Oh, sorry, they frame that conversation like it's your fault that we're here. You, the consumer, you're the problem, not the intense apparatus that's around producing all of these detrimental commodities that impact the environment. Wasn't carbon footprint big oil propaganda? Really? That's a bit scary, isn't it? That's really scary. This video should I feel guilty? Not we. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it's interesting. It's just how you frame it, right? It's just how you frame it all.
GPT for help with your code. But what about everything else? So far in this video, I've explicitly focused on the environmental impacts of AI. And that's because that's my background. It's where I have specialist knowledge. But you can't disentangle the environmental benefits of AI from its broader socio-economic impacts. I've already touched on how the data used to train these models was, at least partly, stolen, including from me. And this speaks to the broader moral issue of using these large generative AI tools. Tools that were created by people who cannot make art in order to make money, such that people who can make art cannot make money. I want to be very clear, by the way, that it's here that the video diverges from what I usually do on this channel. Normally what I try to do is just summarize the scientific and popular literature on a subject and try to tell an engaging story with that information. And it's what I've done up until now, and if that was all you were after, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Because from here, I want to take a different tack. I want to try and articulate some thoughts that have been rattling around my head for the past couple of weeks on this subject. Starting with, where in this life cycle of an AI tool do you fit in? Assuming that you're not an artist of some kind or working in the industry, your sole involvement is here as a user. And you are asking, should I be using this tool that exists? When I think a better question to ask is, why does this tool exist at all? Why are we being forced into the moral choice of participating in a system that we know has profound negative impacts in terms of energy use, water use, intellectual property theft, and spreading misinformation, or not? I think it's instructive to look at what the trend has been in generative AI for the past decade or so. Not only have our tools expanded from text output to image and video, but models within a given category are being trained on larger and larger datasets fitting more and more parameters as time goes on. And recently, the introduction of reasoning models like ChatGPT 4.5, DeepSeek R1 represent a significant increase in the energy used by users for each query. The enormous computation costs of training and operating these models can only be met by a handful of companies, OpenAI, Google, Meta, the tech giants, basically. And all of these American companies are striving towards the same end goal, a generalist model that can do, well, anything you ask it. Creating an artificial general intelligence, something that has all kinds of implications that I won't get into now. But such a model, if one can even be constructed, will be enormously energy intensive to run, as will the development journey getting there. I mean, even if we built one tomorrow, it has already been enormously energy intensive. But to the handful of extremely powerful and wealthy people who direct the research on this topic, that doesn't matter, because they are techno-optimists. They believe that technology can overcome any problem if given enough time and energy. Sure, it's a problem that our rapidly expanding use of AI tools consumes enormous amounts of energy, but technological progress will get rid of that problem. The clearest example of this is Sam Altman from OpenAI claiming that the environmental impact of AI can be avoided through use of nuclear fusion, a technology.
It's a big discussion point at the moment, isn't it? Say the line, Mr. E. You knew I was smiling for a fucking reason, didn't you, 4S? It's fucking capitalism. And like these pricks, and we've been speaking about this, we've spoken about this a lot on this channel, these pricks have invested a lot of money, and there are people out there that call themselves venture capitalists. It is the most perverted name in the capitalist world. I hate the idea of venture capitalists. All right. It is people that put money into risky ventures because they hope it's someday that they will hit a unicorn and they will turn into $1 billion industry, and then they'll cover all the costs of all the bullshit investments that they've made in tech, because tech is the future. They understand that tech is the future. They're like, this is it. These capitalists want a return on their investment. That's why the rhetoric has changed when it's come to generative AI, because like these assholes are trying to push on us a product that really hasn't defined itself in the marketplace yet. It hasn't figured out an actual use in the economy. And so like we are all the guinea pigs out there, and then we're being told that everyone in the working class is going to lose their fucking job because of AI. Everyone's running up into a frenzy. Everyone's terrified, and like the other businesses out there that aren't the big tech giants are seeing that terror, and they're like, well, I don't want to be the only person that doesn't use AI, so I better invest in it. And then these AI companies come along and they're just like, here's a model, you can have this model. And it's just like, but how does this help my business? You figure it out, but you need AI. And so they do all this work to figure it out, and then they benefit off all these people trialing this technology and figuring out a way that it fits into the economy. And it's all because of these pricks that have manipulated the conversation. 24-minute mark in the video, he pretty much says that line too. It's capitalism, baby. I get to say it once every time, at least once, every time I make content. It's fucking capitalism, bro. Venture capitalists and private equity. Yeah, private equity is pretty bad. I don't know. For some reason, I hate venture capitalists more. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm worried about techno-feudalism. Private equity is just like, you know, it's just predatory capitalism, right? They just buy each other up, like, and just spit each other back out for a quick profit. But venture capitalists, though, man, the hell world we are making for ourselves. Only one model can win, so it's a race, and all resources can be committed. Excessive access, baby, on a small subscription. Sorry, the rulers or the hell world we are making. Yeah, fucking capitalism, bro. No, capitalists, actually. Greedy bastards.
Technology that, need I remind you, has yet to be demonstrated at anything like scale, and nobody expects to form a significant part of the energy mix by mid-century at the earliest. This has a lot in common with other positions taken by industry thought leaders. If our continued use of fossil energy isn't a problem, we'll eventually just figure out carbon capture. Or if it gets too hot, we'll just figure out geoengineering. These beliefs at best kick the can down the road, removing responsibility for action in the moment, and at worst, constitute science denial. But here's the thing, those that hold these beliefs have enormous sway because their companies, especially AI companies, hold the promise of enormous future profit. Not current profit, of course. Need I remind—
Not just profit, though, it's also geopolitical control. They who have the most sophisticated AI will control the world, and there is a Cold War going on right now, right? And well, yay, we're in the same boat. I can't spell any day. I'm not a great speller either. That's why I actually dictate when I speak to the to our AI research assistant, because I don't want to type.
Mind you that OpenAI isn't expected to be profitable until 2029. But because they are seen as a good investment, they are able to command vast resources of energy and water. Just make sure that you get the investors their money back in the end, and everybody's happy. Of course, normally when you make an investment, you weigh up the cost or the risk against the expected reward. And right now, these companies are certainly promising a very fine reward, but are underplaying the risk, the environmental cost. The techno-optimist philosophy of these companies is believed by seemingly everyone else, partly because it holds the allure of enormous future profit, but also because we don't know any better. These companies are not telling us their full environmental impact because they're not required to. The comparative deregulation of AI companies has allowed them to trample the intellectual property rights of artists, take water from local communities, and prolong the lifespan of coal-fired power, all in the name of future profit. There's a relatively long quote here from a paper on the environmental impacts of generative AI that summarizes this nicely. As with many large-scale technology-induced shifts, the current trajectory of Gen AI, characterized by relentless demand, neglects consideration of negative effects alongside expected benefits. This incomplete cost calculation promotes unchecked growth and a risk of unjustified techno-optimism with potential environmental consequences, including expanding demand for computing power, larger carbon footprints, shifts in patterns of electricity demand, and an accelerated depletion of natural resources. A combination of regulation, not
like you know, in order to techno-optimists, you want to say something, I could see a mystery. Like, you know, techno-optimists though, right? Like, how could you not be an optimist when it comes to you pushing your fucking product? Like, you have to sell that shit. You have to sell that shit on the market. Of course they're fucking techno-optimists. AI is asking AI how to fix AI. But like, you know, like honestly, they're all fucking techno-optimists. If you got something to sell, you're going to be optimistic about it. It's going to sell it's going to solve the world's problems. And like, we're producing problems, and whatever we produce now, once it reaches its apex, it's going to solve all of the world's problems anyway. So just chill. It will figure everything out for us. So like, let's just destroy communities, the environment, human civilization in the interim, But like AI will figure a way to get all that stuff back. The stuff that we have right now, don't worry, it'll get it back. You know, bird in the hand, I think is what they say, all right?
Catching up to the rapidly advancing field of AI, and the personal beliefs of some of its leading figures have led us, the consumers, to reckon with a set of products that are undeniably impressive, but that have a cost. Let's find out who's really behind these environmental impacts. Son of a again? But what can we do?
Did he just say the C word? That was crazy. Oh my God, Sebastian, when you said that before, when you wrote that, I was like, nah, I don't believe you. Don't believe you. And here we are. AI is even consuming old Bitcoin mining data centers. Interesting. Will the cost of my gaming rig go down? First, it was Bitcoin miners buying GPUs, not the AI industry. I can't believe he said it. But like, you know, like the usual caveat there, it's deregulated capitalism. The funny thing is, like when it comes to AI, were they even regulated in the first place? Were they even, like, look at what Trump has done with the big beautiful bill, right? He's specifically put in a clause to make sure that no one can regulate AI. And AI has moved at such pace in terms of its overall development that no one knows how to regulate it anyway, because they don't even know what they're up to. They don't even know what the costs of it is. Lifts the hood of the monster. It was really old man Jenkins. I knew it was you. I knew it was you all along.
I just want to briefly say at this point that if you value the stuff that I make, or in other words, you think this channel is a good investment, then you can support me making more videos at patreon.com/SimonOxFizz. Patreon is the largest chunk of my income, and I simply couldn't do this job without the support of my patrons, some of whose names are scrolling on screen right now. I also had the pleasure of meeting another in person the other day. Here, right, Rob. As well as supporting the production of new videos, patrons get early access to videos, get to vote £3. David Stone and K. Sign up at the link in the description. With a special thank you to Streetlights, David Stone and KL. Let's finish this video now with not exactly a solution, but more of a thought.
All right, let's see what his thought is. But like, quick break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Good content, but don't like ads. Yeah, fair enough. It's actually really good content. I think this guy is interesting how he dissects it, and like he seems to get a number of perspectives on things before he produces the thought. Dun dun dun. All right, we'll be back. All right, we're back. We are back. Let's do this. The thought. Dun, dun, dun.
The behemoths of generative AI exist as a result of deregulated late-stage capitalism, stealing value from people in order to make money for vast companies. A situation that lawmakers, especially those in the US, are unwilling to change because of the enormous amounts of money.
You said late-stage
capitalism. It feels inevitable. In fact, I would argue that the recent AI boom has an awful lot of parallels with the climate crisis, just in super fast motion. We find ourselves trapped engaging with a system that we know is fundamentally unjust, causing significant, if uncertain, damage to the environment by its consumption of resources. Not engaging with the system puts us at a disadvantage because of the obvious advantages its tools bring, meaning the system continues to grow despite almost everyone engaged with it having serious reservations. And a handful of companies, by obscuring the true cost of their operations, are able to extract enormous wealth from users who feel powerless to stop them. We are made to feel individual guilt about our apparently unavoidable role engaging with a system that causes
This is the Avalava argument. This is the one. Does that come from, like, I know it's a well-structured and grounded argument, but like I think Peter Coffin talks about that one, Avalava, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, us, the consumer, if you didn't consume it, then it wouldn't be a problem. It's you. It's your fucking problem.
Apparently unavoidable role engaging with a system that causes environmental harm, while the systematic causes of that harm go unscrutinized. And I can't help but wonder if that individualism is partly guided by a fundamental philosophy of the people driving us towards a general artificial intelligence. The idea that the individual is the ultimate, in fact, should be emulated by machines, and that each individual can, in fact, should be entirely self-reliant, if only given the right tools. Some people call this hyper-individualism that grew out of earlier ideas like rugged individualism and arguably manifest destiny. But whatever you call
it. Yeah. Any problem with the system is now on the consumer. It's your fault, right? It's not just capitalist, but late-stage capitalism. Yeah, he said that. He was very specific about that. This guy must be like a secret fucking socialist or something like that. Hey? He's a closet socialist. Is that what the name of the channel is? The Closet Socialist? No, it's Simon Clark. No, I was pretty close.
Call it a form of individualism drives the current rapid growth of AI tools designed in the image of and to help individuals, which perhaps encourages us to engage with them as individuals rather than collectively. Though that is a broader societal trend. In an age in which it is easier than ever to talk to one another, we find ourselves more and more isolated and only consider our ability to affect change as individuals. I'll be honest, writing this video has been really, really hard. That's partly because it's this enormous subject to try and condense down, but also because deep down, I also feel kind of powerless around AI and to an extent around...
You know what he's describing here? And I was thinking about that just before. And here's one for the Marxian learned persons in the stream. He's describing the feeling of alienation and the fact that as part of the market society, the capitalistic society, that you are detached from your broader environment. And it's not just happening in like your relationship to capital as a laborer, and the fact that you have no control over the value you produce. But capitalism has a way of, because we all live in an exchange society and we exchange with one another to get services and goods and stuff on the market, that foments a feeling of detachment and powerlessness. So here, you know, people describe this as cognitive dissonance, right? So like you have a system where you know that what you're doing is going to have a negative impact on the environment, but you can't stop yourself from doing it because you rely on the system somehow. And like our alienation from any type of say in that system, even though we live in a democratic society, right, and we can all decide what happens, etc., etc., etc. No, we have absolutely no say or no control or power in that situation, but we're still integrated with it. We have to use things, but like the feeling of alienation is right there. It's specifically alienation in a hyper-parasocial context. That is interesting, yeah. In a hyper-parasocial context. You should have bought another product. You should have changed the system 50 years ago. And the recall, this video is on I should feel guilty using AI, and the answer is yes. As you are a consumer, hyper-parasocial alienation it's a hardcore topic, actually. Welcome, Trippy Chaka. It's good to have you. Thanks for choosing to use Twitch. Jag's comments on my screen look a little bit lonely over there, but we've finally got someone to keep Jag's comments company.
Around climate change, and that's difficult to reckon with, because what's the alternative to engaging as an individual? It's engaging in a large social movement. And here in the UK, I don't know if I've seen one of those in my lifetime that wasn't orchestrated by the super rich. The closest thing has been the ousting of the Tories from government after 14 years, and even then we didn't know what we wanted instead, we just knew we didn't want more of the same. And this isn't unique to the UK. Unions and similar organisations of collective bargaining power have seen their influence eroded across the West, in large part because of the actions of enormous companies engaging in either the climate crisis or the AI boom, or both.
This guy's a fucking social. He's the secret socialist. He's the closet socialist. That's what SC. It's an inversion. It's Clark, meaning closet, and Simon is socialist. This is like code breaking stuff, man. LOL's now getting political. Yeah, he's getting in there. He's getting dirty, bro. I wonder what people think about this. Kind of ironic how lack of data is limiting our knowledge on the environmental impact of data centers. I agree with your video, but want to add, what I find most wasteful about AI is currently being pushed where it is not needed. When I need some information, I determine whether I can find it with a simple browser search. How archaic. Whatever. Keep it to yourself. I want to know about this socialism stuff that's happening in the latter half of this video. The Socialist Club.
Companies that control how we access information and talk to one another. Though this doesn't seem to apply to France. Say what you like about the French, they certainly know how to unionize. I see our sense of disenfranchisement with the rapid growth of AI tools and with climate change more broadly as rooted in this sense of we can only engage with problems as an individual. We all just feel so small. One of the joys of becoming a parent has been reading my daughter a lot of books. And in this context, I feel like a character in one of her favourite books, The Snail and the Whale. The tiny snail, who seeing how big the world was, wanted to shrink into her shell. But in the story, the snail saves the life of the whale. She organises a village to help the whale after it stranded itself. Spoilers. Now, obviously, this is a book made for children. It doesn't represent the way the world actually works, but it does represent the way we want the world to work. The idea that any person, no matter how small, can start a movement, and that collectively we can overcome problems that are far too large for us to engage with as individuals. Maybe it's naive. I'm sure there are plenty of people who will say that it is. I can hear the comments on Reddit from here. But maybe starting to believe that the world can work this way, that we can collectively overcome things that we cannot engage with as individuals, is the first step towards making the world work this way. If we refute the individualism guiding AI development and instead act collectively, we can change the system itself, and much more besides. Maybe one of the largest problems we face across many crises, from climate change to AI to mental health, is the long-term decline of the representation of the collective, the union. Our most powerful method of pushing back against the huge huge corporations that define late-stage deregulated capitalism. We should be using it to check their power, and in this case...
I started before this video speaking about this issue, that AI is replacing the abstract notion of the power of labor, so the power of the laborer in the dynamic between capitalist and the laborer. AI is actually diminishing that power by seeking to replace workers themselves. If his conclusion here is that we need to turn to unions to help fight against the big corporations out there, he's not wrong. But in the face of the last, fucking 50 years of this, and now the onslaught, another onslaught on the working people of the world, I don't see that changing anytime soon. Yeah, Peter Coffin does articulate this kind of idea very elaborately, where you are only as capable as your consumer choices, and this is tied in to your sense of self and identity. And it's very conflicting and alienating by the sounds of it too, Avalava. This is very interesting that he's turned to unions for the solution here against the endless drive of the corporate entity that is pushing AI down everyone's throats at the moment.
Force a complete cost calculation. I think that the handful of large companies producing generative AI tools should be required by law to disclose how much of an environmental impact their products are having, such that if we decide that that environmental impact is too large, we can regulate their deployment. Oh, and while we're at it, could we...
Rise up, people. You should feel guilty if you don't have representation. That's what you should feel guilty about.
Maybe also do something about the way these companies source their data? And all this isn't to say that we don't have any power as individuals. You could argue...
Did he just make the claim that they're pirates? Because they are pirating. It's pretty fucking... That's a pretty interesting point, right? They are pirating by stealing all of this information. And like us, the little consumer gets nabbed for pirating stuff all the time.
Argue that refusing to use generative AI tools sends a signal to the market as it currently works. But unless that's coordinated with a lot of people, it's a very small signal. But just as with climate change, I think there is a moral responsibility to act individually, changing your diet, making low carbon consumer choices, and collectively. So voting for political parties that will enact necessary legislation, participating in labor movements. Individual action and collective action are not mutually exclusive. What I've been trying to say is simply that we have become so used to engaging with AI systems and with the climate crisis more broadly as individuals that we have been made to feel less powerful than we really are. In other words, and to be honest, it's here that I welcome your recommendations. Please put down in the comments if you are aware of any campaigns, upcoming legislation, social movements in general that aim to force AI companies to provide a more complete cost calculation of their products. I am all ears because I'm not aware of any right now. This video has been a lot, so let me just try and provide an AI summary. We don't truly know how much of an environmental impact generative AI tools are having. That uncertainty is in itself a big problem.
I'm not sure he's a socialist. He just mentioned that regulation is the option for easing this issue. While it's a step, I think it's not the goal to strive for. Yeah, look, he's probably not. I guess I was a little bit overexcited before with his analysis. But like he was going there, talking about organizing. Remember the ape, socialists don't kill socialists. Yeah, look, regulation, hey, you can regulate capital all you want, but it's temporary. Remember that. It'll come back. Like, look at the consensus on being more green and sustainable from all the big tech boys, all the tech bros. And now AI's out of the bag. There goes the focus on being green. Shit, we're still going? Yeah, we're still going. Welcome back.
But we can be certain that the impact is large and it is increasing. However, your use of AI tools is unlikely to be a significant addition to your overall environmental footprint. Steven Spielberg directed Labyrinth. Not using AI tools does send a market signal, and it does limit your environmental impact, though there are much better ways of accomplishing that. In particular, stop thinking of this as a problem for you as an individual, and instead think collectively. Take part in an organized movement, politically and socially, to better regulate AI companies and their impact on the environment. These companies should be required to fully document the environmental impact of their products so that we can make a truly comprehensive cost calculation. And it's insufficient to just write off the environmental cost as something to be fixed in the future with some as yet undiscovered technology. It needs to be addressed now. We don't have the time. But perhaps most importantly, you are not the problem, but you can be part of the solution. February has 25 days. You know, I don't think that's accurate. While writing this video, I had the pleasure of chatting to Jordan Harrod. Jordan is a PhD candidate at MIT researching AI tools in a medical context, and she also makes videos about that research and AI's broad impacts. We had an extensive chat about the recent trends in AI and its environmental impact and how it intersects with broader societal trends, which I've cut down and posted for you to watch right now on Nebula. It joins a library of exclusive content from me on Nebula.
Interesting. Very interesting. I'm assuming he's just plugging it away at this point. Yeah, learning about late stage cancer, AI help. I see what you did there. Late stage capitalism, baby. It's the C word. Capitalism. Very interesting. Very interesting. But like, you know, here we are. With just another industry displaying the same sort of problems. It's a slave to its own competitive tendencies. They're all fighting over who's going to be the winner of the AI arms race at the moment. They're all falling and tripping over each other trying to get there. And to hell with the costs and the impacts associated with it, as long as we win the race. They are truly slaves to their competitive behavior. And see, this is the difference between kind of allowing the market to solve this problem and not planning for it. That's the difference. I like the AI resource focus and blame on the capitalists. It comes about because of the system it's in. Yes, this is definitely a product of its environment, isn't it? Very interesting, actually. It's an interesting observation. Would it be done another way, if possible? It's a good question. It's a really good question. All right, we're going to leave it there for all the technical stuff today, the political stuff. And it's time to kick back. This is going to be the afters now. So we're going to play some Rome Total War and just hang out for a bit. So if you want to stay around for a chat, please do so. Don't be shy. But I think it's been rather interesting today. It's been an interesting insight into how you can interpret somebody's attendance at a largely nationalistic political event. I'm talking obviously about Dan Andrews, Dictator Dan, getting in there. Yeah, can you be my military advisor today? We're actually going to do a battle pretty soon for us. But yeah, thank you for everyone who's been interacting. I'm going to do my shout outs now because like when I do them at the end, I can't even look at all of the fucking comments. Damn. I don't know why it does that. This new system, I can't look at the entire day's comments. I'll go back as far as I can. So thanks for everyone's interactions. Thank you, Stephen Zed, Jag. You've been all over it today as well. And who else have we got here? Squeeb, Larped Jeff. I'm just here to watch Trash Fire, Dilemmas, the usual crew. We had Tributaka coming in. later. It's good to see you. 4AS. Killing it as well. The Spartans do not ask how many, but where they are. That's hardcore, man. Who else have I missed here? Oh, Ken Oath was in for a little bit. Soldier Bear. Anyone else? Oh, David was here for a bit. Mark Bryant. Thanks for everyone's interactions. Have I missed anyone? If I have missed you, I'm sorry. I give advice. I get the hood chop next week. Gaggard15 on Twitch. Hey, I give advice. I get the hood chop next week. What? I can imagine what you mean by the hood chop, but like you're gonna have to explain that in more detail. Have a wage slave free weekend, my precarious friend. Hey, we do what we can, brother, to survive in this capitalist world order. Fuck, that music's a bit loud, isn't it? I'm gonna turn that down. Yes, we do what we can. No precarious employment this weekend, actually. But yes, we do what we can to survive. Alright. Yeah, like circumcision. Okay. How long's the recovery? You tell me, brother. You seem to be the expert. Oh, actually, no, you don't. You're asking for advice. You know, look, I have no idea. But what I will say to you is good luck. And I hope it is speedy. And you are not put out by the experience at all. So, yes, good luck to you. A very good luck to you, my friend. I want to know what hood chop means. Yeah, I was going there. I could think about where this was going. That's a pretty good way of trolling, actually. Wait, what's he talking about? Oh, I get it. Alright, where were we at? I think I had a battle lined up for AS. Whereas summer 258 BC. We should provide in peace what we need in war. Fair point. Can get behind that. It's Australian culture. Is it? We're telling the story. Oh yeah, I was really pissed off that happened last time. That's right. Yeah, look at the size of that army. Imperator. Should we do a battle just for shits and giggles? What do you reckon? I don't know if I have enough. That is a huge army. The Greeks are back. Imperator. See if they change. Fleet ready. Their ways.
Aye, Captain. Set sail. Set sail. Sir. Yes, Captain. Leaving the army. Disembark, Imperator.
Can I not get there? Why can I not get there?
Sir! General!
I can't. I don't know why I can't join that army. Shall we have a battle? Just do it. Why won't you just do it? Are you at war with Macedonia? No. No, I've been able to keep up my alliance actually, but Macedonia and Greece have been like going hardcore at each other. I want to take Sparta. I'm gonna wait then. See if they attack first. Capua is not happy. How'd that happen? What's going on there? Ooh, Macedon just... They just broke it for us. There it is. We're at war now. Actually, wait, what? Macedon, why am I seeing this? That's funny. This is Macedon versus... I think the AI is fucking... It's lost it.
General! Orders! Onward! Fleet ready! Sir! March! Sir!
I'm going to take Sparta. I'll do my Senate mission. I will fulfill my duties to the Senate. Alright, what am I building? I got 4 grand. Doing nicely there. We build anything? Market, blacksmith. Maybe we should get a market, I guess. Good for trade. We got missile cavalry all of a sudden. There we go. Nice. I want that trade bonus, bro. I want it. I want it. Can't believe I can't build anything. When will they upsize their populations? Come on. Can your troops in ambush position? They might try and attack Macedonia, and then you can surprise them in the process. Not a bad point. Who's hanging around for the afters today? Who we got? Boreas is here. Wonder who else is in the house today. I've got 8 people viewing on my system. Let us know if you're hanging out. See, Macedonia, they want.
Orders!
Falling for that trap again.
Move out. March.
Fuck, look at the size of the armies they've got. Good luck to you, Macedonia.
Onward. Attack.
Look at the size of that army. What have they got? It's just hoplites. Jesus. I'm glad we're allies. I don't have the money to take them on at the moment. Oh, really? We're in the red. Coming of age. Yeah. Alright, let's see where the finances are at. In and out. Farming coming in. Wages. Man, my costs on soldiers is incredible. That's why. It's the biggest element. It's a get more income in somehow. Forum. Trade fleet availability. Don't think I can afford that at the moment. Oh wait. God, I want to do a battle so bad. Come on. Use Macedonia as a distract. For sure. Ooh. The Greeks, they fought off the Macedonians. Isn't that crazy? Hey, let them duke it out. Hey, go for it, boys. All yours. Duke it out.
Orders. Onward. Attack! Besieging settlement, sir.
One turn. I could build all of that. That's crazy, isn't it? Maintain the siege.
Besieging settlement, sir.
A lot of shit's going down in Greece at the moment. My God. Poor Greeks. Inactive fleet. Yo, I can't go anywhere. I'm locked in.
Yes, Captain.
What do you want me to do, bro? Yeah. Give me more heirs. Oh, wow. Look at that. They just abandoned their city and just moved to an island somewhere. That's crazy. Why would you do that? What were they thinking? Can you see that? They've completely abandoned Corinth. Why would you do that?
Orders. Sir. troops! Prepare for battle! Besieging settlements, sir!
Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's not abandoned. That was weird. You all saw it.
Break off the siege!
Man, the AI's kind of me hard at the moment. Glitch it out. Alright, shall we do a siege? Take Corin. Yeah, but you saw it, man, and like, look at it, it's full. It's full. We got a full garrison there. That was weird. The AI's glitching out, man. It's freaking out. Alright, let's do this. Oh, they've got no reinforcements. I thought that other army would come along. They've got heaps of cavalry. Spartan hoplites. Excellent morale. Very good stamina. I got one infantry unit to take on. Let's do this. A large army is always disorderly. Ain't that the truth? I know that was weird. What a trick that was by the AI. Bastards.
This is a day of battle. While we stand together as Romans, we will not fear defeat. We will look forward to victory. There stand the Greeks, ready to fight or die. Today, I think we should send as many of them as possible to Hades.
Send them to Hades, Brian.
My orders. Siege tower. Quickly. Siege tower.
Build all these siege towers. Might as well use them.
Siege tower. Run. Ram. Ram. Ram.
Ram.
Move.
Ram.
Move. Run.
The enemy have brought up reinforcements in a
Ha.
pathetic attempt to
So they
save
have.
themselves.
Why didn't it say that? That's interesting. But we get this underway.
To the walls. To the walls. Siege tower. To the walls.
The reinforcements are coming. Should I head them off with my cavalry? Should we head them off? What do you reckon? I've got enough. Let's see if we can cause them some problems. idiots.
Praise the gods! The siege towers are at the walls! Now the real fight begins!
Starting! Quickly!
When do they drop the siege tower? Do I have to do something? Or do they just drop it eventually? Do I just have to sit here and get pumped, or will they go through? When do they drop the siege tower? How does it work? How many people do you need in there? Let's go. Chop chop. Ah, okay, good.
Started! Hurry! Started! Attack! Attack! Units! Hurry! Hurry! Starting! Kill them!
Great gods! Our soldiers have done well this day. The walls are taken.
Starting!
Can I walk through the walls now? Is that how it works? Yes. Yes, I can. I wonder why they're not attacking. That makes sense. Oh, so the gates aren't mine until I break them open. Right. That sucks. Lesson learned.
Destroy them!
What are you guys waiting for? I don't get it. I can't believe how long it takes to get off a siege tower, seriously. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I can't though. Like, I tried to march them close to the wall. You saw that. They won't go near it. Unless I stopped. Did I stop it? Maybe I pressed stop it. Okay, I can. Cool. Come on, bro. Get to the walls. Why do they just stop when they get to the walls like that? That's bad, man. Getting fucking raided.
Started. Unleash hell! Unleash hell!
The enemy general is slain, and now his men fear us. It is time to press the attack.
Why don't they move? There must be some problems with the AI. I swear.
Starting.
This is not how I remember this game. What are you waiting for? Siege Towers suck. I'm not using them again. I can't get these soldiers to move until they're all off the wall. These turrets. So they're still coming up one by one off the wall. Away from the wall, you idiot. You can have this on the wall. It's all yours, mate.
Attack quickly!
There must be another way to get to the town center.
Units! Double time!
No, figure out another way.
Units! Hurry! Hurry! Equities!
Attack!
Equities! Equities!
Run! The enemy general is slain, and now his men fear
Probably
us.
already killed that
It is
guy.
time to press the attack.
How did they get down there so fast? It's outrageous.
Ready.
We're being attacked! We're being attacked!
Let's start. Run. Let's start.
Attack! They're starting! Units! Move! Move! Units! Units! Move! Move! We're being attacked! Astani! Destroy them! Astani! Astani!
Astani. Astani.
Astani! Attack quickly!
This was a big problem in this battle. Far out. Learned a lot from sieges.
started. Unleash hell!
What a waste of cavalry. How have I lost this one? Just stopped into my air. Such a tiny garrison, but so much resistance. Where is this one? They're all outside. I've learned a lot though. A lot of units have been completely wiped out. My god. as well check out the battle, eh? Gonna have a complete failure this mission.
The gods be praised! The enemy's hearts are full of fear, and now they flee! Our soldiers have gained victory today!
So what do we do? Enslave? Occupy. I think enslave, I guess. Repair the walls. Wow, look, they've got artillery. Far out. Town expands? Where? Yay, about time. Must have been all those slaves. Hey, it's a slave mode of production, ladies and gentlemen. Retrain and repair. Fucking Senate. They do get a cut, don't they? There you go. Stoic philosophy has just come up. And that's in 256 BC. The Stoic way of life. This philosophy derives its name from the porch of the Athenian Agora. It is here that the Stoics first met and proposed their ideas. That emotions like envy or passion arise from false judgments. A person who has attained moral and intellectual perfection will avoid these feelings. And this stoicism is still with us today, isn't it? I don't like how close this guy is. Mr. Ally. What are you doing here? We will see, I guess. We will see. Still can't believe we got AI tricked by that settlement name. Triarii. Alright. Alright. My funds are taking a beating, but we'll see what it's like next time. That was not the battle that I was hoping. That was really disappointing. Hoping for a much cleaner victory than that. Blockade port at Corinth.
Fleet ready.
Okay.
Sir. 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 Orders. General.
They do have archers though. That's good.
General. Prepare for battle. Sir. Prepare for battle.
I wonder why I can't attack it.
Ready to sail.
The hand pump has been invented. It's a big day for the human race. That's pretty good morale. I thought they'd be pissed off, the Spartans. That's pretty interesting. Interesting. Oh yeah.
I shall speak with them at once.
Retrain. Retrain. Dude, that idea about allying with Macedonia has been an absolute lifesaver. Absolute lifesaver. Trade rights. How about I can offer you?
A most generous proposal.
Dumbass.
General! Attack! Sir!
Alright, let's check out the building, shall we? Man, I cannot afford all this stuff. It sucks. I can't even afford better roads. Let's do some farming. Let's go on a farming spree, shall we? Macedonians are hanging out.
Ready to sail!
Current treaties, nah. What are you negotiating on then, bro? Let's do this. Let's do trade rights.
A most generous proposal.
Thanks for starting the negotiations, brother. It's all you, brah. It's all you. Who else? I'm going to do a roll call check. Who's paying attention at the moment? Anyone there? Got a few people watching. Or at least lurking in the background.
We must go our separate ways.
See? They've done this a few times. Let's see if I can counter offer them on the... Trick the AI again.
Our thanks.
Current treaties. Let's do offer alliance and offer map information.
Would you consider... Our thanks.
The AI is... It used to be smarter. I swear the AI used to be smarter back in the day when I used to play this. We're now allies again. Oh, where's this? Oh. That's funny because I laid siege to them first, and then I wasn't allowed to lay attack. That's bullshit. And I bet you they get all the glory. It's their town now. That's bullshit. I laid siege to them first. I don't know how they can take over and do that. The AI is all over the place today. What? Move this army? Which army? Ah, right. Alright. Yeah.
Fleet ready. Aye, aye, Captain.
Basic roads, that's fine. Don't have the cash to do all this stuff, man. All right. Enjoy the music. I'll be back in a moment. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, doo, doo. Huh. How long have I got? 8 turns. Yeah, alright. Let's do it.
Ready to sail. Aye, aye, Captain. Sir. Orders! Orders! Zero! Zero! Imperator! Move out! Zero! Ready to sail! Zero! Aye, Captain! Zero! Orders! Aye, Captain! Sir!
I don't know why that can't happen. Whatever. And how many people are there? Yeah. Okay. Cute. Why did it cost so much just to retrain them? Seriously. That's outrageous. Shouldn't cost anything. Ready to get rid of the Senate, eh? What's this guy got death on him? What's that? I wonder what that means. You smell death on you. Has he got the plague and just came into my settlement? Is that what the death is? My God. Death stalks the land. Yeah, I thought so. They're spreading death. And that's where all of the fucking governors are at.
Sir!
All of the governors are there. Damn.
Darrow! Fleet ready! Darrow! Ready to sail! Leaving the army! Off the boats! Darrow! Orders! Orders! Set sail! Sir! Ready to sail, Darrow! Fleet ready, Imperator! your command.
Anyone still hanging out? 4AS in the house? Let me know. Drop a line.
Splitting the troops! Fleet ready! Sir! General! Orders! March!
It's a slow game. It's a slow day. What's up? Do you watch anime? No, I don't. I don't think I've watched any anime. The only time I've ever... Actually, no, that's not true. The only one I've ever watched, and that was with friends, was One Punch Man. I used to rent with a couple of friends, and they used to love, yeah, anime, I guess. And, yeah, they were big fans. It was a great show, actually. I really enjoyed it. What about yourself?
A most generous proposal. We must go our separate ways. Our thanks.
I wonder if this is going to work every single time. Hey, I'm in a stream. So I can't talk right now. I'll call you back. Yeah, so still streaming. Yeah, I'll call you back. Yeah, I will. Yalla. That was probably your mate. That was Jordan. Checking up on me. Yeah, getting through Gundam slowly. Do you watch anything other than conspiracy videos? Define conspiracy videos.
We see no benefit to us.
Oh, really? Interesting. They don't want to do it this time.
We see no benefit to us.
Uh-oh. I'm in trouble now. Yeah, look, I've pretty much spent all my time on conspiracy stuff, I guess. I guess if we say it like that, it's rather depressing, actually, isn't it? In my downtime, I play Rome. So, there's that. But no, that's pretty much all I do, actually. How have they still got this disease? This is outrageous.
Sir! Fleet ready!
I can't get down with Total War. I love grand strategy, but the combat focus is not what I'm into. Interesting. It's history, isn't it? That combat focus. It's defining of the times.
General! Sir! March!
How long is this disease going to be here for? Oh man, it's been here for ages. Let's finish this up, please. Get over it, people. Actually, you know what? I've got spies too, don't I?
At your service. Secrecy is assured. Secrecy is assured.
I can hardly deal with it. Interesting. I do actually like the battles though. I like Crusader Kings a lot because the whole develop your realm and pass the custodianship down angle. Yeah. I do enjoy the strategy of a battle, like an old school battle like this. Like soldiers forming lines, ranks, and fighting, as opposed to just like shooting at each other or something. There is a lot of strategy, obviously, behind being a good general. Got to use the land. Got to know the traits of your troops, your enemy, etc., etc. Oh my god.
Imperator!
I can't believe these two guys are still with the plague. That's fucking outrageous.
At your service.
Onward!
Watching over the troops. Your Honor. Traveling alone. Spying.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Yes, Master.
Oopsie. Should have gone the other way.
Orders!
Alright, let's see what I can build. Do some building, shouldn't I? Yeah, Total War is best for strategy and tactics, in my opinion. Bannerlord is good too. I've never heard of that game. I've never heard of Crusader Kings either, actually. have to check them out. Because I'm looking for different strategy games to play in streams and stuff. Eventually. One day. Macedonia to Corinth, yeah. Watch some trailers on stream. See if you're interested. LOL. Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually. Why not? I'm done with this anyway. So what's it called? Bannerlord. Let's check this out. Is this the one? Am I looking at the right stuff here? I'm assuming. Any suggestions? Bannerlord. Campaign intro. Release trailer. Here we go. Let's watch that. Medium violence. No, mature violence. Oh, the graphics aren't bad. So is it similar then to this? So, like, what is it? Is it first player? Like, are you actually in the game, in the world, and like you join armies and all that? You're unlanded for most of Bannerlord. Management is mainly late game stuff. Interesting. You first person and get quests and stuff. Oh, interesting. Music's not bad. You fight first person and get quests. Bannerlord. That's sick. What was the other one that you suggested as well? Crusader Kings. Partial nudity. Oh my god.
What a fool. Blinded by his desire for revenge, my husband threw himself at the mighty walls of our enemies. Through marriage, power, and influence, revenge will be ours. You see, real strategy requires cunning.
Hey, there we go. Interesting. Hearts of Iron, yeah, but you employ a retinue of warriors for most of it and lead like a mercenary band until you are granted title. That's pretty cool. So it like morphs Hearts of Iron for... There it is, straight away.
Peggy 7.
War in Europe, as Germany invades Poland in a lightning strike of air and land forces. King George VI has given his approval for a general mobilization in response to the German aggression. Reports confirm Japan has initiated an unexpected invasion on American territory. Coastal regions including California, Oregon, and Washington are reportedly under attack.
So this is like a large game board kind of thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, look at that colonial map there. Interesting. Interesting. Well, thank you very much for the recommendations. I've got much to think. You can play Australia. Yeah, entire economic manager for World War II, but you can play as any nation, pretty much. Very interesting. All right, I am spent, so I'm going to call it there. But thank you, everyone, for your interactions today. It's been an interesting adventure. What did we start, like 11 o'clock? Still going? Done well. So, yeah, thanks for all your interactions today, and I hope you all have a good weekend out of the clutches of capital. As you would know, is my usual request. It's a simple request for us working people. So I hope you enjoy the weekend as much as you can. We'll be back on Monday with another stream, and we'll see what the hell happens over the weekend, shall we? And until next time, you know the story. Thanks for hanging out at the end. And please remember, I am, you are, we are. Mystery. Enjoy your weekend.